Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron. And we're here to stream some EVE Online. Appreciate you guys. We got a lot of people in already for the mining event. Appreciate that. It is always good. I am going to run a quick mission here to get my dailies. While we wait for everybody to get suited up. Plus, this will give all you guys in the fleet free LP, which will get your daily for you if you haven't already got it. What's up, Lego? No.
Drive active.
What I've actually found is it's easier for me to do my dailies at like 6 p.m. at night, my time, which is an hour before downtime. So I do today's at 6. I usually finish up right around downtime. I wait 5 minutes, I log back in, I do them again. I get 2 days in the course of an hour and a half.
Docking permission requested.
Works out good. So breeding is out of control today. There you go. Breeding's always out of control. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
Docking request accepted.
You guys are crazy. Literally. Alright, let me charge this baby up. Alright. Start. Request. Set. Of course, it's really far away. Why would it be close? You know, that don't make no damn sense. Here we go. Anybody else need an invite? Before I finish this up, I sent one to Infinity. Respin, I didn't see him. No response.
Warp drive active.
We have 10 in the fleet, which is the max for the bonus. So all 10 should get the LP. We come out to about 100 LP each, which should give you your daily, one of your dailies. You have to get the other one yourself, which there's also a mining one tonight, so that shouldn't be a problem. So we get that taken care of. Who do we know who wants to boost? Actually, yeah, Drachenhort's in there. Scimitar's in there. If none of you guys want to boost, I can boost. I'm gonna give it to you guys option first. So first come, first serve. All right, Drachenhort's got it. Thanks, Drachenhort. Yeah, Scimitar. It looks like Drachenhort's going to cover it. So there's SeanWonderMan. Sean, I don't see you in the in-game channel. So once you log in, I'll get you invited. Want to check out my new mining log. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right, no worries, Sean. If you get out of there, you're always welcome to join us. Yeah, I didn't see you in the in-game channel, or I would have already given you an invite.
Warp drive active.
Kind of been one of those mornings. We lost power earlier this morning, so yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. We lost power yesterday as well. And they are planning a power outage on Friday after stream, so that's not a problem, but still kind of a pain. Seems they have to do some more maintenance. Imagine that.
Warp drive active.
Consolidated chats over weekend. There you go. That makes sense. I end up with a ton of them and I never close any of them out, so yeah, so that kind of makes sense. There he is. You might already be in a fleet, Sean, but I sent you an invite anyway. It didn't reject right away, so you're welcome to hang around. I don't know Hype Drexler, so let me know who you are. If you're an older somebody or whatever, I'll get you invited.
Requested. Docking request accepted.
We try to at least do a little validation before we invite anyone. So, mining and LP. And I didn't even look at the other two. Armor repair and 5 signatures. So. Hyper in Twitch chat. All right. Alright, you guys should have got your LP. I think we were a little over, so probably one of us didn't get it, so. Thanks, Hypner. Alright. Alright. I don't know what you mean by scan for fleet, but you're welcome to do whatever. So Falstaff got his. Let's make sure Kragan got his. No, my luck. Kragan was the one that got bumped. Nope, he got his. Cool. So sorry to whichever you didn't get the 50 LP. Sorry, or the 100 LP. But so yeah, no, the scan. The only one that works via the fleet is the LP. None of the others work via the fleet. All the others are individual.
Drive active.
So now I understand what you were asking. Alright. So Drachenhort, since you're boosting, you have pick of which belt. So your show. Actually, let me boost you. Let me boost you. Let me elevate you. Who are you gonna have boosting, Evan or Newen? Probably Evan, right? I haven't checked.
Warp drive active.
Sitting in 9-1. All right. Who's boosting, Evan or Newen? I was gonna promote them. I'll see when I get there, I guess. Newen. Gotcha. Perfect, perfect. Alright, I'll get Kragan out there. 9-1. All right. 9-1 it is.
Warp drive active.
9-1 it is.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, I've been meaning to test the UPS. Find out exactly how good it is, since it really doesn't give me any watt hours. And we lost power yesterday, which gave me that opportunity. So, turns out it'll last for 10 minutes. 10 whopping minutes.
Active.
And when it dies, it still has 3 bars. So I was monitoring it. I was going to shut it down casually. I said, okay, it's been 10 minutes. Still got 3 bars left. I should get another, 5 minutes per bar. I should have another 15 minutes, 25 minutes. That's a respectable time frame.
Docking request accepted.
And even with 3 bars left, it just shut off. And I'm like, what? So yeah. So it's obviously not sized appropriately. So I will be looking for a bigger one. But now that I know what to compare it to, hopefully that'll help. To my Hulk. So that was kind of a letdown, but c'est la vie. Yeah, we did lose power this morning, and it did handle that. I didn't even know we lost power. My wife knew we lost power. I didn't even notice the air conditioners were off. I got up to go to the bathroom, came in here, messed around the computer a couple minutes, went back to the bathroom, ended up going back to bed. My wife's like, get the fan, the electric's out. I'm like, the electric's not out. I was just on the computer. So yeah, it was kind of funny. Alright, let's warp to Craig.
Warp drive active.
I haven't checked yet, Seth. We're on these belts, so no sense checking. All that'll do is make us wonder if we should move over there, and not everybody's going to want to move, so we're just going to stay here. You want to do an Empire belt? Feel free.
FBI, open up!
DoseATM, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate the raid, buddy. Welcome, Raiders. Dope Logic, good to see ya. Good morning here, but good evening to you. One Lock, good to see ya. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, DoseATM, Dose Raiders, DoseATM for the raid. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the follow, Lockmere. Appreciate you guys. We are doing our mining event tonight.
Thank you.
So if you guys would like to join us, we are mining in EVEortaga. It's in Galente space, high sec mining. We provide the boost. We provide the compression. All you have to do is come and crush some rocks. Everyone is welcome. Not allowed in Galente. We got a few like that. I understand. I understand. I understand. Not of the Galente shoot you when they see you. There you go. Yeah, no, we're good. But yes, that is a requirement. I actually have a negative Galente standing, but not negative enough that they shoot at me. My home system is in Caldari space, so they always have me when I do missions pick off Galente, which lowers my standing with them. So, but yep. But yeah, I get to sneak through the gates. Yep. Actually, I'd use a jump clone. Yeah, but either way, yeah. Alright, dailies are done for these two. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I love it. I love it. I am multi-boxing for those of you who don't know. Especially when it comes to mining. Impressions up. Excellent job. Drachenhort, appreciate it. Yeah, my negatives aren't enough that they shoot at me, so it's not a problem. I always try to keep them at least if not friendly, at least on speaking terms. But yeah, unfortunately, I do mostly Caldari. So my Galente is less than 1, less than -1, so greater than -1, I guess. I don't know how that goes. The higher a negative, the less it is, I think. So yeah, I don't. It's all good. It's all good. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, back to the UPS. So the UPS is obviously not the right size. 10 minutes isn't going to buy me much. It'll at least buy me the, hey, the power's out, guys, I gotta go. But you plenty of stuff to do in Eve. That's why we love Eve. Eve's got all kinds of stuff to do. You never get bored with Eve. Sometimes CCP makes a change that pisses you off and you leave because of that, but This character here I've been playing for 22 years, so off and on. And so, yep. That's all the UPS should be for. Yeah, that's true, Lego, but where I'm more concerned is in the middle of the night. 10 minutes probably won't wake me up. It beeps pretty loud, but like today, we lost power today, I didn't hear it. The only reason, the wife said the power was out. We bought a rechargeable fan, a stand-up fan that is rechargeable, and we've got it fully charged up for the event when we lose power, since we lose power all the time. And so yeah, so we've got that there, and so she told me to go get the rechargeable fan, and I'm like, why would I get the rechargeable fan? And because I was like, I just got off the computer, I know the power's on. She said the power's out, and I'm like, no it isn't. So I turned the air conditioner back on, and we were good to go. But okay, well I didn't, yeah, so I guess I didn't realize that. Yeah, I'll look into that, drachenhort, thanks. I didn't know there was such a thing. Yeah, because that would be awesome. That's the main thing, is I'm trying to save my hard drive. So, been coming back since '08 myself. You never quit, Eve. You only take a vacation. That's exactly it, Dope Logic. Exactly. They always drag you back. Oh, it is still one of the premier games out there. So I do got to give them credit for that. So yeah, so there is that. And it is, I'm quite the dilettante. I change games like I change my underwear. And Eve is one of the few that I've actually stuck with for 22 years. So yeah, I think my last one was about 8 to 10. So yeah, about 8 I think is what it turned out to be. I had a corp, we lived in a wormhole way back when, and it was like work. And I already had a job back then. I only retired recently, so I had a job back then, so I didn't want to have 2 jobs. So I was part of the JETA protest riots when they announced walking in stations was going to be a development focus, and now I'm like, damn, walking in stations would have been cool. Especially if they allow for things like bars and gambling. Yep. Yeah, I mean, they kind of missed the boat on that one, because they could have really opened it up for a lot of other things. But yeah, but that is kind of CCP. I mean, God bless them. Of course, now they're selling Eve, so we'll have to see how that goes, because that's a whole nother issue. But so yeah, so I don't know. Is Vanguard? I haven't played Vanguard, so that's a good question. Yeah, no, I agree. I was there. So yeah, it was definitely not something they were a fan of. Well, and they thought that they were taking it more to a first-person shooter type thing. But yeah, it's worked for Elite Dangerous. I mean, that one's kind of, you can walk around the stations. You can't really do much in the station, but you can walk around in the station. So yeah. Yeah, Monocle Gate. Yep. Yeah, there were, back in the day, there were a lot of knee-jerk reactions by CCP that caused a lot of problems. So they've at least gotten better with that, but I was disappointed to hear they want to sell it. So, especially after they just, used all the profits from it to spin off 2 others that are not doing well. So yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but seems my mouse is all tangled up here. So let's see if we can fix that. Alright, there we go. I think anybody that will buy it. They made an announcement that they were selling. Any interested parties, let them know. So yeah. Which
The asteroid is depleted.
Which is kind of strange in its own right. So but then again, that's the one thing over 22 years. I don't get surprised by CCP anymore. They don't surprise me anymore. They come up with some doozies. So yeah, in the case of that, I'm kind of like, yeah, we'll see. I don't know if they're going to get anybody to do it. So CSM should crowdfund it and buy it. Yeah, that's honestly, that's probably what I think. If somebody is interested, that's probably how they're going to have to do it. So. But yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. But that opens up a whole nother can of worms. Because when you get all the players involved, it's hard to make any decisions at all. Because everybody's got a different idea. So yeah, I don't know how that'll work. But it would be nice to have a little bit more control.
Thank you.
One Alec, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But at least they wouldn't be able to make the knee-jerk reactions. Like I said, they have gotten better with the knee-jerk reactions, so I really can't complain about that as much anymore. But yeah, it used to be really bad. Used to be really bad. They would make a reaction and make a change, and later that same day reverse it because it was such a bad idea. And so yeah, and that happened multiple times. It wasn't just an isolated event. So yeah. So they've at least gotten better with that. I think they think things through a little bit more. Still don't completely think them through or listen to the player base. But then again, what game developer does? So, I mean, I think there's probably a couple, but they probably don't do very well. They probably haven't been around for 20 years. I mean, you got Bethesda. They make games that and publish them and publicize them and advertise them, and then huge flops. But they're still in business. I don't know how, but uh-oh. We lost one of our fleet members. Maybe he disconnected. Yeah, he doesn't show in the chat. He must have disconnected. Dope logic. Space Wars were better and worse. It depends on what you're looking at specifically. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it does always depend on what you're looking for. I think that's part of why so many companies are successful, is because it is a big genre. And you just try and cover a niche, any niche, and hope that there's enough players to support it. I mean, World of Warcraft is still going on. I played that 20 years ago. I'm not playing it now, but Sov is arguably better. The ability to project forces far more from your home region. Okay, yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, they have come a long way with the sovereignty. They've come a long way with a lot of things. I mean, to be honest, they've done good, which is part of the reason why I'm a little disappointed to hear they're selling, because they obviously were doing okay. I'm not sure why they decided now was the time to sell. Zarkanist, I got you reinvited.
The asteroid is depleted.
Sorry for your disconnect. Normally I'm the one disconnecting, so I'm glad that somebody else. Oh. But yeah, it's come a long way. It's come a long way. I started a new character, I don't know, 3 months ago. A new alt. And I was really shocked at the progress they made with with the career agents and that stuff, the Paragon stuff. They've really come a long way. I remember when I started, there was no tutorial. It was good luck. Here's space. Here's the free ship we're giving you. Good luck.
Is depleted.
We hope you make it. So yeah, so they have come a long way. I think I have the new alt, my fourth alt, fifth character. I think he has higher faction standings than my main because of all the career agent stuff. So, and the free ship was nothing. Yeah, no guardrails or anything. Yep. I've made about a dozen new alts, and I really love the new experience. Haven't done it now in probably 5 or 6. Yep. Yeah, it's one of those things. Once you do it once, it's kind of like, but that was something they never really put any time into before. So the problem I see is that there will never be able to do anything to shake up the huge power box or the blue donut. Yep. If your corporate alliance is not part of the main blocks, there's pretty much no way to own your space. You have to rent it from the powers that control 90. Yep. And that's true. There are some games, I'm trying to think of one because I can't think of the name of it off the bat, but there are some games that have the NPCs emphasize different kinds of control through the years to kind of break up those monopolies. But that's also kind of controversial. So, off the top of my head, like I said, I can't think of the name of the one I was thinking of, but yes, yeah. Once they get their foothold and they've got control, unless they all decide to quit all of a sudden, which is not likely, there's no way you're ever going to be able to make a difference there. Or and most of the space is explored, so yeah. So yeah, it's not like you can find some corner of the world that hasn't been explored yet, so, and do something there, but yeah, that is a good point. That is a very good point. That's the only problem with this Hulk. This Hulk mines like the wind, but the hole fills up way too fast. Way too fast. Alright, what's my distance here? 34, and I'm at 24. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. So yeah, so I'm fairly happy with this UPS. So I think I'm going to look at the same company, but just do a higher power one. So I would like to have it where it lasts an hour. So that way if I'm streaming, I can give it, 50 minutes to recover. If it doesn't recover in 50 minutes, I shut it down and gives me plenty of time to finish what I'm doing and, going that route. But, so yeah, this one lasted 10 minutes. The one that's on the Starlink lasted an hour. The power was out for over 2 hours. And so the one that was on the Starlink lasted for an hour. My wife was in the middle of a phone call through Facebook and with her sister in Japan when it cut out and dropped a call on her. And so that was kind of interesting. I was like, okay, that must mean that the Starlink one went out. So yeah, so that was like right exactly at an hour. And unfortunately now I have another Wi-Fi node that I don't have on power backup yet. So I figure what I'll do is I'll move this one. Yeah. Almonxy, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I agree, drachenhort. You're absolutely correct. But that was kind of the thing. It was nice. We could keep using our phones. Oop, that's not the one I wanted. We could keep using our phones, like I said, which was really nice because the Starlink was still up. and could keep calling, because we do mostly all Wi-Fi calling. We are in, let me get you an invite. Actually, I don't see you in the in-game channel. Oh, there you are. We're in 9-1. So why aren't you just looking at getting a gas-powered choice along gaming or side freebies? Yeah. Well, and so I don't get any freebies. I haven't pushed it that way, but I probably should. But the gas-powered ones here in the Philippines, so yeah, you probably don't realize. So I'm originally from Kansas City, retired back in April. My wife is from the Philippines. We've been married almost 20 years. So we retired and moved to the Philippines. Gas here is much more expensive than the States. It's even more expensive than California. And so, and the gas-powered ones don't cover anywhere near the power. So we're building a house here. Right now we're in a rental. So we're building a house here, and the house, once we build it, will be fully solar powered. So I only need a temporary solution until that happens, which should be in a year or so. So with gas being expensive, the gas is something we've talked about. But unfortunately, with the rental, I can't wire it into the breaker box because it's a rental. And so from that perspective, it's kind of I have to deal with things that kind of cover it on a temporary basis until, you know. Now we have talked about maybe talking to the landlord about seeing about doing something, but that would probably mean we would leave it, which I'm not really a fan of because it'll be a pretty expensive solution. Because we could do something solar. Here in the Philippines, solar pays for itself in less than 5 years. So solar is definitely the option, but yeah, so yeah, I just need something to really kind of cover, you know, the next 6, 8, 10 months, maybe a year. And mostly just to keep me from dropping on my stream. We've lost power during the middle of the stream a couple times, and I'm gone. Boop. Nobody knows what happened. Luckily, like now, the Starlink stays up, so I usually put a message on Discord that says, hey, I lost power. So now, at least with the UPS, I am able to stay online for a couple minutes. So, which, as drachenhort said, that's really all you really want. I wanted to try and save my hard drive. My hard drive is becoming very fragmented because of all the power outages. But yeah, here in the Philippines, the power grid is very, very poor. And it fluctuates immensely. And so power outages are not uncommon. So solar was always going to be my option. But unfortunately, the build is going to take, we haven't started yet. So it'll probably be another 2, 3, 4 months before we start. And it's going to take at least 6 to 8 months after that. So, but yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and sorry about that. I know you guys are new. So yeah, these guys hear it all the time. But yes, so yeah, so that's where I'm at. So I got this UPS. Unfortunately, it really didn't give me any watt hours. Here in the Philippines, I gave up a lot of convenience to be here, but it is well worth it. I want to make sure that's clear. It is well worth it. It is insanely cheaper here. So, as a perfect example, we're in the province, but we're in a populated section of the province. We are not in Manila. We are south of Manila, about 2.5 hours outside of Manila. And we are renting a whole house, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, full house, $300 a month. And that's not the cheapest I could get. So we run our air conditioner. I have an air conditioner here in the office. I have an air conditioner in the bedroom. And we run that to, we run those 24/7, 365. And our electric bill is less than $100 a month. And the electric is the most expensive utility here. We got our water bill yesterday. Our water bill was $7 for the month. Yeah. Well, in Kansas City, my homeowners association, not my mortgage, not any rent, my homeowners association was $700 a month. Just for my homeowners association. My electric bill was $400 a month. So yeah, I don't know where you guys are living. Kansas City is one of the cheapest places in America. And this is, a fifth of that, give or take. At least a quarter. So yeah, severely, definitely a drastic. But there are things that are not. So, for instance, you have $300 a month rent in the U.S. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. Sorry, I had to release that one. Yeah, sorry about that. The pound's even worse. So yeah, I played a play-by-mail game in England for a while, and I had to do everything in pounds, and that killed me because the exchange rate between the U.S. and pound is horrible. So, but then again, exchange rate to U.S. and everything is pretty bad. So, but yes, Kansas City is considered one of the cheapest areas of America, and yeah, this is still a fraction, a quarter to a fifth of what I paid in Kansas City. And so, like I said, I paid $700 a month for my homeowner association, and they didn't do nothing. That wasn't my mortgage. That wasn't, it wasn't what people pay in rent. I mean, I know people that were paying $1,000 a month for a studio apartment in downtown Kansas City. Now, once again, that's downtown Kansas City. So, yep, Kansas City Shuffle. So, yep. But that was downtown Kansas City, so doesn't really compare to here. I don't have any kind of convenience. Well, I have convenience stores. We have fast food restaurants. But I don't have anything like a Walmart. The closest Walmart, if I want to buy Scotch tape or duct tape or shoelaces, it's 2 hours to Lipa. That's the closest place for that. But within 5 minutes of my place, I have a McDonald's, I have a KFC, I have a Jollibee, which is the Filipino equivalent of McDonald's. I have a Chowking, which is kind of like a Chinese kind of place. And so, yeah, I mean, here in the Philippines, their concept is drastically different. They have fast food before they have convenience. So, in America, the Walmart goes in, and then all the fast food places go up around the Walmart. Here, seems the fast food places go in, and then after several years, maybe the Shoe Mart, which is their equivalent of Walmart, comes in. So, gotta have that chicken. And the KFC here tastes exactly like it tastes in America. It's amazing. So lives in a 4-bedroom house with 300. I live in a studio apartment in the suburb of Seattle, Washington, 1700. Yep. Yeah, 4-bedroom, 2-bath. Now, granted, it's a Filipino house, so the rooms aren't huge. They're not American-sized rooms. But this office, I think we measured it yesterday. It's 10 feet 7 inches by 7 feet. So I can't remember what the square footage on it was, but they do everything here in metric. So I had to. I only have a imperial tape measure, so I have to always convert everything. But yeah, so we have an engineer that's looking over our plans for our house. We've already had the house designed. Unfortunately, there's problems with the design, so the engineer's fixing them. And so we were comparing room sizes last night, and so yeah, so that's why I have that on my mind. But yeah, I measured this one because I want to make sure my office is at least this big. And so whenever I visit my friends USA, only thing I miss after I get back home is Sonic. There you go. So they don't have Sonic here, and I will give you that. They do have Subway, but the closest Subway, so I can't get a deli sandwich here, okay? And I don't know if it's me. But deli sandwiches are like the one thing I miss. I'm not missing hamburgers. Their hamburgers here really aren't the same. But I am missing deli sandwiches for some reason. And I can't get a deli sandwich here. It's really killing me. And so there, we finally found a Subway, but that Subway is in Lipa, which is 2 hours away. So literally every time my wife goes to Lipa, she buys me like 2 or 3 Subway sandwiches, which is funny too, because they have a Subway, but they never have the sandwiches I want. I'm a roast beef guy. They never have roast beef. It's always out of stock. Out of stock is the key phrase here in the Philippines. Out of stock. Any place you go, out of stock. Out of stock. Out of stock. Everything's out of stock. You know, you go through the fast food and, hey, I want a hamburger. Out of stock. How can the hamburgers be out of stock? Well, mostly chicken here. They do a lot of chicken here. So, but anyway, yeah. But then again, I bet the nature over there is impressive. So yes, we are, I mean, it is a jungle country. We are very near the equator. So a perfect example is our land. We have cleared our land. We cleared it for the 3rd time now. It just grows back in record time, like a matter of weeks. And so this time we actually cleared it and burned it and pulled it, and we're actually paying somebody weekly to go through and make sure it doesn't grow back, because we're going to break ground here within the next couple months. We want to make sure it's clear. I don't want to pay for it again. And so, but yes, I mean, we got mountains here, which is really nice. We actually have a really good view of some mountains from our property. So the property we're going to build on is about a half an hour to an hour, depending on traffic, from where I'm sitting right now. And this is still the closest major, they call it a barangay, but I think we would equate it to a town. And this is San Juan, Batangas. Calit is the town. San Juan is the city. Batangas is the region. And so, and we are south of Manila. But beautiful, beautiful place. Beautiful, beautiful people. But
the asteroid is depleted.
sorry, I can't type and talk, so corp problems. But yes, so yeah, the where we're building is in Imelda, which is still in San Juan. San Juan is the city proper. Imelda is the barangay, and then of course Barangas is still the province, but it is more province. We don't have the closest McDonald's, KFC, all that is here in Calit. So yeah. But we do have a beautiful view of the mountains. In fact, our house is designed as a single story, a bungalow. But we're talking about, we're going to do a flat concrete roof. And we're talking about maybe putting a patio up there with a covering, a roof of some kind to keep the sun off, so that we could sit up there and enjoy the view, because it is a beautiful view. And so, but yeah, as I said, we will have solar panels. That's the other thing, is if we do that patio with the roof, we'll put the solar panels on the roof of the patio, which will actually make them higher, so we don't have to worry. We don't have any real trees on our property. We've cut down all the trees on our property, but of course they keep growing back. And so but yeah, so from that perspective we shouldn't have any blockages there. But yeah, so yeah, we're really excited. We were actually at the land yesterday, and the fires were still burning where they had burned up all the vegetation. So they had pulled all the vegetation, put it into piles, and burned it. So then the ashes would get mixed in with the soil. So we have a very large property. Our house is not very large. but the property is large, almost 1,200 square meters, which, for those of you on the imperial calendar, let me find my conversion. I got it here somewhere. Area. Square meters to square feet. So that is 12,900, almost 13,000 square feet. That's the property. Our house, right now, the inside of the house, I think is right around 170 square meters, which comes to about 1,800 square foot. Oh, that seems high. So yeah, so not a bad house. It has a main suite with a bedroom, walk-in closet, master bath. The office is on that side. The power room is on that side where the solar will come in, where the breakers will be. There's a small powder room, and there's a huge open floor plan kitchen, dining room, living room that is all open vaulted ceiling. And then on the other side of the living room is a guest suite that has 2 guest bedrooms and a bath. And then outside the back, the whole back wall is glass. And so outside the back is the pool. So there's a big pool deck and a pool. And so, yeah. So we're pretty excited. We're pretty excited. Yeah, I retired at 57, which is fairly early. So yeah, pretty excited about that. But yeah, the house is like the next big thing. So I'm not paying attention. My hold keeps filling up. Sorry. All right. Holy cow, they're all gone? My God. Well, we've almost killed this belt. But yeah, thanks, Dope Logic. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're pretty excited. Like I said, I had promised my wife. So I brought her over to America. That's weird. I thought I already replied. Oh. Yeah, he put it in the fleet. Yeah, I brought her over to America in 2006? 2007? 2007. That's when we were married. And so, yeah, so... Oh, now Scimitar disconnected. Yeah, it looks like it. Sorry, Scimitar. I'm glad it's not me. I'm usually the one that disconnects, so... Mine has dropped significantly several times, but it has not cut out. Thank God. But yeah, so I brought her over as a fiance to America. She was over there 18 years. I had promised her we came home roughly every 2 years while she was over there until her mom passed away about 5-6 years ago. And then we decided we were going to stay in America and just save for our retirement. And so we retired. I was 57. She's 2 years older than me. So she's 59. And yeah, we pulled the trigger, retired early. And that was the other promise I had made her, was that when we retire, we would move to the Philippines permanently. And we did that in April. So yeah, we've been here actually yesterday was our 4-month anniversary. We've been here 4 months. God damn it. My hold filled up again. This is getting old. But yeah, so we filled up. We filled up. We moved over here. Called it good. So yeah, and we've been very happy. Like I said, now that we're actually getting started with trying to move forward with the build, that's been super exciting. Because that was something that we were not sure. There's always, here in the Philippines, there's always paperwork problems. Always. And so we're no exception there. So we're working those out as we speak. But they should be resolved here in the next month. So, yeah. Maybe use Macanols. I don't know what the Macanol was about. Because of the connection? Oh. I don't get it, drachenhort. We're about done with this belt. We're about done with this belt. So drachenhort, you're running the show. Where are we going next? Oh, there's the things. 46k mining hold. Oh, because of my hold. Gotcha. Yeah, the problem is the Macanol doesn't mine as well. Yeah, the Macanol doesn't mine as well. I'm getting huge throughput from this Hulk. 2,300 per with the boost every 60 seconds. So yeah, I have used the Macanol. It does not get anywhere near that. So, but the hold is a trade-off. So, I was going to say too, time to downgrade to the Mac. Yeah, I can't bring myself to do it. Man, you guys are killing me. Alright, so 9-2. That works for us. I'll go scout it here in a second. I'll send Kragan to go scout it. Yeah, but if your lasers keep shutting off, how much is that costing you? Well, yeah. I mean, that's a fair point. But they're not shutting off for long. It's just irritating me more than anything. Yeah, it's just irritating me more than anything. Because if I don't watch it like a hawk, and when I get started talking about the house, that one always gets me, so. Hyper, you should have been fine. We got the rats taken care of. We won't let them kill you. That's the other thing we provide, protection. But they are kind of fighting back. There you go. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I tell you, some days I don't even know how I get out of bed. Alright. Return so that I don't leave them here. So yeah, so I don't know it's costing me much, Lego, but other than my sanity. But yes. No worries, no worries. Yeah, we won't let you die. Though, once I get talking, it's always probably a good bet to be careful. StabbyTabbyCat, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright, I'm going to send Craig in here in a sec to check out the other belt. As soon as I salvage up this last guy. Those darn rats had to come in and do it. This one's taking a while to salvage. There it goes. Now we're cooking with gas. Alright, I'm going to check out 9-2. Alright. I already recalled it. I don't know why it's taking so long. Crying out loud. Stupid drone. StabbyTabbyCat, thanks for the follow. Love the name. You're welcome to join us mining if you want. We're in EVEortaga, which is Isaac Galente space. Oh, Fred's already here. Fred cheated. He got here early. Way to go, Fred. Then again, Drachenhort is Drachenhort's boosting, so he needs to make sure he's covered. So I might just do that. Some of my friends are there as well. You're always welcome. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome. The more, the merrier. The more, the merrier. Alright, let me approach these guys. No, let's not. Let's do this. Yeah, the canisters are for anybody, whoever gets to them first. So I usually salvage just to clean up. But yeah, if you guys want the canisters, feel free to grab the canisters, especially hype. They don't always have really good stuff in them, but for starting out, you can at least sell it or reprocess it and get some money out of it. Every little bit helps. Also, let me know when you get skilled up into some bigger ships, and I'll provide you some ships. So, yeah, I've got Falstaff there watching Drachenhort's back, so we should be good. Plus, I ran out of space again. Imagine that, because I'm too busy talking. But yeah, so yeah, I'll make sure he doesn't. Because it's going to take him several minutes to shut down and get that all taken care of, so. Alright. So thanks to Fred. Fred killed off all the rats. I've now salvaged them and looted them, so we're all good. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Compression's a game changer. So mining without compression is kind of worthless. So yeah. It definitely makes a huge difference. Definitely makes a huge difference. Even with my small hold, the compression still makes a huge difference. So drachenhort, we're on the last one. If you want to start shutting down, if you guys are gonna compress, go ahead and compress now. Drachenhort's gonna shut down. He can't move until he shuts down the compression. And then what I'd also do is pull in your drones. And then what we'll do is we'll have Drachenhort do a fleet warp. So that way we all warp together. And that's the end of that belt. Is it more than 100 to 1? Seems close to that. I'm not sure, Hypner. That's an excellent question. I don't know if it says. No, it's just saying about the or it doesn't say about the compression. Yeah, I'm not sure. You guys can warp yourselves if you want to. It'll take Drachenhort a little bit to get shut down. I'll stay and watch his back so that nobody sneaks up on him. If nobody else wants this canister, I'm gonna clean up this canister just so we don't leave any trash laying around. But yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and warp, feel free to warp. We're in 9-2. Or we'll have Drachenhort, also known as Newen, do a fleet warp, and that'll warp all of us. Should. We'll see if it works. That doesn't always work. You can also warp to Kragan. Kragan's already over there. Unfortunately, he's too far away from some of the asteroids, so I don't know what the heck he was thinking. But, okay. Alright, there's Newen, but doesn't look like he fleet warped us. Alright. So here, I'll go ahead and fleet warp us.
Warp drive active.
Should have checked to make sure everybody had their drones in. Yep, all drones are in. Good. There you go. Delivered easy as pie. Now we're on to the next belt. Oh. I gotta wait for the boost to kick in for me. The Kragan. No, the Lachi. Come on. I must have just missed the cycle. I don't understand that. Sometimes they kick in right away, and other times they don't. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I ain't wing commander, so I didn't take you with me. You're the boss. You should have taken all of us. I made you boss. So here, let me promote you to wing commander if that works. I thought making you boss did that, but maybe not. Alright. It won't let me promote you any further. I don't know why. Only option it gives me is kicking you from the fleet. Yeah. Alright, so I'll do the fleet warp then. No worries. I thought boss covered that. My fault. My bad. Learn something new every day. My only rule. Learn something new every day. Whether you need to or not. Alright, so yeah. So yeah, we talked about the UPS. Talked about the power outages. They are doing another power maintenance on Friday, but I think it's 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., so it will not affect the stream. Thank God. So yeah, so we'll probably go somewhere because nothing I have here will last that long. So, but yeah, it seems like boss is yet another thing. Yeah, that could be. Could be. Oh, I know what else I was going to tell you guys. So yeah, you know, I'm having the phone thing. So I've got my 3 phones. Speaking of that, I think one of them's charged up now. I got my 3 phones. So I ordered, we went and looked. My in-laws said that there's a place to get the SIM card around here, or the SIM tray around here that would allow me to use 2 SIM cards. And there wasn't, but we looked around for it. Did not find it, needless to say. So I ordered another one off of Shopee from a different seller since the first seller scammed me. Came out to $1. $1 shipping. Took, I think, 5 days to get to me. Finally got here. Was the right tray. I went to put it in. Doesn't fit. So, in the true nature of Jerry Can, I have done searches multiple times on Google. I decided to use ChatGPT this time, and I did the search that said, hey, I was told the A14 is a 2 SIM card phone, blah, blah, blah. ChatGPT came back and said, you know, most of them are 2 SIM card phones, but there is one model in America that is not. If you can tell me your model number, I'll let you know what it is. And I gave it the model number, and sure as crap, mine's the one model that is not a 2 SIM card phone. Imagine that. So, finally got the SIM card tray, only to be denied because my phone is not a 2 SIM card one. Yep. Jerry Can, I knew you would get a kick out of that. Super depressed about that. So, I'm still carrying around 3 phones. So yeah, the solution is to buy another phone. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. So, for those of you that are new, no, unfortunately the A14 doesn't do an eSIM. So yeah, that was one they checked into. My new one does. So I have a Galaxy 25, which is a 2025 model. I just saw it. Can you link system again? Sure I can. Sure I can. Oh, we might have anarckos join us. That's it. That's it. So yeah, no eSIM. It's a physical SIM. Alright, I wonder if he's coming as pack sex. Maybe I go ahead and invite him. But yeah, so that was kind of a bust. Yeah, the first seller on Shopee scammed me. Sent me the wrong SIM tray. They sent me an A15, even though the order clearly showed A14. When I asked for a refund, they were like, "Sorry, it was $2. It wasn't the hill I was gonna die on." So then, yeah, like I said, my in-laws said that we could run around. We ran around several places, and they all said, "Nah, you got to buy a new phone if you want to." I'm like, "Nah, this phone's special." Turns out I have the one model that's not. But go figure. So yes. But of course, it was Samsung who originally told me that it was a 2 SIM card phone, and so go figure. Excuse me, T-Mobile. T-Mobile's the one that sold me the new one. So I went with T-Mobile because T-Mobile has the cheapest service here. Their service works in the Philippines. So I still have an American number so that I can talk to my children, so I can talk to my friends in America. Do mostly Wi-Fi calling, which I could have done without the American number. But I wanted to keep the American number for multiple different reasons. Social Security, several other things. So that one's a A25, or that one's a Galaxy 25, the newest model. Unfortunately, it's locked for 2 years to T-Mobile. And it has 2 SIM cards. But I can't use the second one for any other provider since it's locked. And so yeah. I finally finished an entire Rocknor belt by myself after about 9 hours. Yeah, they take a while. Funny how my wife always had the special phone and I had the crappy phone. That's the way it used to be. And that's the way it used to be, Scimitar. My wife always had the new one. And, so yeah, Anarckos is coming. He's going to provide protection. I was thinking he was actually going to mine, but no, he's going to provide protection. So good for him. Of course, having him here probably will make us need more protection. So we'll have to see. Might defeat the purpose. But yeah, so I'm still back to carrying 3 phones. I am working to get everything off of the load Filipino number. Unfortunately, I thought it was going to be my number for the rest of my life here in the Philippines, so I kind of signed it up for everything, and now I gotta, change it all, which is not that easy. Normally, with most of them, you gotta actually create a whole new account because your account is tied to your number here. So we'll see. So once that's done, I'll get rid of the third phone. The third phone is my wife's really old one. She got a new one when we moved here, and so her older one. But yeah, carrying 3 phones around is a real drag. Keeping 3 phones charged, I think, is a bigger drag. And so, but yeah. So yeah, I'll be happy. I was super excited when the tray came. So yeah, here's the tray. I was super excited when the tray came, but it is the right tray. I just don't have the right phone. Which is kind of the story of my life. Got the right key. I don't have the right socket, the right keyhole. There you go. That's a whole different story. We'll talk about that one later. But yeah. So never a dull moment. That one was kind of a kick in the. That was this weekend. I think it arrived on Saturday or Sunday. And I was super depressed because I was like, damn it. What's the chance, right? But that's what I get for not checking the phone model myself and believing someone else. So, hindsight, always 2020. So that's where we're at with that one. What else? UPS we talked about. Stabby Draconis, what's up? StabbyTabbyCat, wasn't it? Yep. We'll get you added. You want to invite to the fleet? You are welcome to join us.
The asteroid is depleted.
You are welcome to join us. Everyone is welcome. We are even welcoming anarckos, who is a major PvPer. But we're going to welcome him with open arms. He's also the leader of Team Mothership, so I am new, so bear with me. No worries. We love new. We love new. We were all new once in EVE, and EVE has a very steep learning curve. So if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. You're going to pirate our Veldspar. You wouldn't even know what to do with Veldspar. PvPers. That's always the ironic part. PvPers like to pick on the miners, but without the miners, they wouldn't have ships to PvP with. You know? EVE has a learning cliff. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And like I said, it's gotten better. I definitely recommend doing the career agents, the Paragon agents that they start you off with. Those are fantastic. I did not have any of those 22 years ago when I started. And you had to learn everything the hard way. And that causes a loss of a lot of ships. So yeah, so I would definitely take advantage of those. Like I said, I started, I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I started a new character, a new tune, a new alt about 3 months ago. And I'm pretty sure his faction standings are higher than my main, who's been around for 20 years.
Asteroid is depleted.
Because of those career agents. So yeah, so that made a huge difference. So, and faction standing is everything in the game. That controls what level missions you can do, what your trade taxes are, what different stations charge you for reprocessing. It controls everything. And so yeah, so you definitely want to get your standings up if you want to be doing legal stuff, or standings down if you want to be doing non-legal stuff, like my buddy anarckos. So yeah, anarckos is also, actually anarckos, let me give you a shout out here, buddy. Anarckos is a streamer. So yeah, so if you are looking for the PvP aspect, I think I'm the only non-PvPer in the Mothership team. So anarckos, Serpent Power, all really good PvPers. I don't know. I think Caldari's part of Mothership. I don't think he's a PvPer. He's an artist. He's a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, tune standings and corp standings make all the difference. Yep. Yep, EverQuest. Yep. I remember EverQuest. You're showing your age now, Tabby. StabbyTabby, sorry. I butcher names here. Sorry for that. It's kind of my thing. Alright. Trying to keep asteroids targeted. You guys are tearing this belt up. This belt won't be here very long either, so that's good. We like it. So we're already through one. I think the record is 6, I think. So we'll see. But yeah, if you're looking to do some PvP, I would definitely recommend watching anarckos. Him or Serpent Power. Serpent Power is really good at PvP as well. Can I hit you with the collab thing? What's the collab? Oh, I think you probably can. You probably can, yeah. Though I don't know, are your viewers going to keep watching if you're watching a miner? I mean, if you're not attacking them, that probably ain't going to work, so. Alright. Let me see if I can get the, there's a, supposedly there's like a website that pops up. How dare you? Yeah, I don't want you to lose any viewers over this. You got way more viewers than me. Got way more viewers. Yeah, on Twitch notification. There it is. That's it. I knew it was somewhere. Alright, let me see if I can find it. Stream manager. Blah, 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 blah. I don't even know. Probably less today. I don't know. Nobody likes your quietness. They love listening to your voice. Alright, I did click the accept. And let's see. Stream Together supports Chrome and Firefox. Okay. So give me the link. Alright, it's not giving me the link. Yeah, it's weird. I know it popped up with... It popped up with something on the other one. When I do it every once in a while with Omega. And so, you are the voice today. Okay, you're okay. Yeah, well, I don't know if that's probably going to lose you some viewers right there if they hear my voice. I don't know. Everybody says they fall asleep to my voice, so... I miss that too. Yeah, I miss anarckos' voice. I may be the only one, but I definitely miss it. He's got one of those laughs that just makes all the problems of the world go away, you know? My daughter, when she was really young, she had a laugh like that. You could listen to that, you know, little kid laugh, and it made all the problems go away. Anarckos has a laugh just like that. It's like, you hear his laugh, it's a true, pure laugh. It's just, you know what? Nothing else matters, you know? Stream Together is on Anarckos' side. Okay, cool. It is working. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see it. But it's all good. Like I said, I can't remember when I did it with Omega. I thought it popped up something. But... And it only works with Chrome because I remember it being a problem. Maybe I need to open Twitch in Chrome. That's probably it. 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 Alright, so let's see. Oh, there it is. Yep, there it is. Yep. Alright, cool beans.
The asteroid is
Yeah.
depleted.
Now I'm hearing an echo, so I'm going to shut my microphone off. There you go. So that way I won't get an echo from yours. Cool. And hit the share chat. Oh, I thought I already had the share chat. Let me bring it back up. It says shared chat is on. Yep. Yep, it says you already enabled it. So. Yep, I'm seeing yours. This says it's coming from yours. Cool beans. Cool beans. We'll figure this out one of these days. One of these days. You know, it's very hard to find a good professional streamer, so... Present company included. Present company included. But yeah, it was great yesterday hearing your voice, anarckos. So, Team Mothership. Team Mothership. So yeah, if you guys aren't giving anarckos a follow, give him a follow. It's really good. Like I said, definitely good PvPer. He's even taught me a few things, and I suck at PvP. I can't even defend myself well. What's up, Hoot Johnson? Good to see ya. That's the first time I ever saw the throw banana. That's pretty cool. So I am multi-boxing over here, so I apologize because I got to keep switching over. These guys are killing this belt faster than I can target them. My goodness. And I got to keep this Hulk compressed or runs out of space. So, but yeah, good to see you guys. Thanks, anarckos. We've been talking about doing this for a while, so glad you were able to finally get it done. You guys are always welcome. Any of you in anarckos' stream that ever want to, slum it as a miner, you're always welcome to join us. We do this every Monday night, American time. Or if you're like me and you're in a foreign country, I'm in the Philippines, it's Tuesday morning for me. So you got links. I got links. I don't know what you mean by links. Team Mothership. Yeah, welcome to Mothership. I got to add that one. Thank you for that. Yeah, I got to add that one. I got to add that one. Mining links. I don't know what you mean by mining links. We are in Upine. We're really low tech here. We have an in-game channel. If you guys want, you can jump in there and I can get you an invite there. But yes, and everyone's welcome. We're doing compression. We're doing boost. So, and it's completely, we don't charge anything for it. Completely free. We just want to have fun. Girls just want to have fun. I'm in a BC. I could fit links. Oh, I got you. Just got a protection, but he feels more in danger. Yeah, I found you through Team Mothership. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't realize that. Yeah, like I said, I think I'm the only non-PvPer in there. But like I said, Caldari, I think, is in there, so he might not be. Yeah. I don't know what you mean by links, anarckos, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, we do this every Monday night, U.S. time, which is where I used to be. I was in Kansas City until early April this year. And then in April, my wife and I retired and moved to the Philippines. So it's Tuesday morning for me, but still Monday night in America. So 11 p.m. East Coast time, actually just crossed midnight for where I used to be in Kansas City. So yeah, so it's Tuesday morning there too, but we always counted it as Monday night. So command links, yes, we got those. Sorry. Yeah, we got an orc out here. He's doing the boosting. So we always provide boost and compression. So yep. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I went the wrong way, Lego. So yes, Central's an hour earlier. Sorry about that. Lego is correct. That's why these guys are here, to keep me honest. So yes, 10 p.m. So what I tried to do when I moved here to the Philippines is I tried to stream the same time here that I streamed in America. So I always streamed like 9:30 Central Time p.m. to about 1:30 a.m. And then when I came here, I was like, okay, well I need to probably move it up a little bit. So we moved it up to 9:30 a.m. here, which is 9:30 a.m. p.m. on the East Coast, 8:30 p.m. in Kansas City. So an hour earlier. So it was pretty close, but... And actually, when the house build starts, we may move it a little bit more. So, yep. But yes. Yes, Legomaniax has all the wisdom. So, thanks for that, Lego. But what else? What else? Bah. Yeah. Evil wisdom. There you go. Most of my family is on the East Coast. My daughter... So my son is outside of Kansas City. My daughter is in New Mexico. So that's even another time zone. That's mountain. So yeah. So I'm all over the place. We're trying to figure out when I can talk to everybody. So... But that's the way it works. Such are the joys of international communication. But what else? We talked about the UPS. We talked about the phone. My epic fail on the phone. I have my green screen here that I have not put up. I've had it here for like 2 months and I haven't put it up yet. So I need to probably get that done here soon. I got to rearrange the room, so I already rearranged the desk to make it that I could do it. Now I just have to rearrange the dog bed and everything else and try and squeeze some more space out of this place, because unfortunately the green screen is huge. Now it's the puppy dog. So we took the puppy dog back to the doctor yesterday. They did another blood test. The parasite has not been affected. The blood parasite has not been affected in any way, shape, or form. So they doubled the medication and told us to give it for a whole month now. So she's getting medication 4 times a day. Like 6 different medications 4 times a day. And we're going to have to do that for a month. But she's acting like she's feeling better. So, which I'm happy with. But they say that they still see it in her blood. So I think it probably is helping. It's just not helping the way they want it to. So hopefully the boosted, the main one is an antibiotic. So hopefully the boosted antibiotic, that's the one that they doubled the dosage, will help take care of it. So hopefully that'll get that taken care of. But yeah, the wife is definitely worried about her. So, as some of you know, we lost one of our dogs right before we left America. Early March, and that was pretty devastating. And so she hasn't quite recovered from that. And so yeah, so that's been a little difficult. So yeah, so she's overcompensating with this one, and this one it's definitely not a life-threatening thing. So, but my wife is treating it like it's a life-threatening thing. So God bless her. And so yeah, she's the one that took her yesterday. So. But yeah, so yeah. So we're down to the one, which I call her my antisocial. She is the only dog I know, doesn't like any other dogs, doesn't like any people. She is very antisocial. She likes her mom, my wife, And she's grown accustomed to me because I feed her. So, but she really doesn't like anyone else. And so, first dog I've ever met like that. She's a female dog. So I'm gonna leave that out there as an unspoken statement because I think the female part explains a lot. But I'm gonna leave that alone. I don't want to get in trouble. But yes, I've always had male dogs because I understand male dogs. They're driven by two things: food and sex. And I usually have them fixed right away. So they're dachshunds. I've always had dachshunds, so I do the long-haired variety, and so, which is a little difficult here in the Philippines, where it's 90 to 100 degrees every day. The long hair is not comfortable, so we've had her shaved so that she's a little more comfortable. But yeah, it seems that she got a blood parasite from a tick, is what they're assuming, and we've had a lot of ticks since we got here. She never had a tick once in America. But she's had a lot of ticks since we got here, so. There's anarckos. There you are. Your angel has arrived. There you go. There you go. Either the angel of death. There you go. There you go. Yeah, we usually don't rank for, for security at this level, but thank you for that. That is above and beyond. So, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Oh my goodness. You guys are killing me. So yeah, we're almost done this belt too. Yeah, we may have a shot at the record today. It's less than 2 hours and we're already through 2 belts. It's got to be some kind of new record. All right. All right. Alright, but she, like I said, she's acting like she's feeling better, so hey, thanks for asking, Scimitar, appreciate it. But she is acting like she's feeling better, so that's good. She does not like the medicine, does not like taking the medicine, and giving it to her, 6 times a day is getting old. But it was only for 7 days, so I thought, okay, that's not that big a deal. Now they've said, okay, now we need to give it to her for a month, So yes, I do have minor 2s on this Lego, and I am using the simple egg crystals. Somebody told me the B's are better, but I think I bought blueprints for the A's, so that's why I'm using the A's. So, but yes, the B's probably are better, because it kind of makes sense that I would have, bought blueprints for the wrong ones. So actually, when the ad break comes up, I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee, and we got 11 minutes for that, if I remember. I very rarely remember. Oh, goodness. Yeah, we're down to the last 6 or 7. What's he doing? Oh, he's setting off fireworks. That's what we do when one of our miners falls asleep. So, no, you said you was cheap. Yeah, I am definitely cheap. I am definitely cheap. I resemble that remark. Yeah, that's what we usually do when somebody falls asleep. We have to set off the fireworks to wake them up. Because believe it or not, people do fall asleep mining. quite often. Most times it's our booster. But drachenhort, I think he's a good one. He never falls asleep on us. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, we're almost done this belt. Alright, so we're going to go to 3 next, drachenhort. I'm surprised Hypner didn't fly away. Yeah, no, that's alright. Firework name, IA, call it not people just saying. Yep, yep. The weird part is I'm seeing the screen shake before I hear the sound. So that's kind of nice. So yeah, that's weird. Girls are hot. I'm lacking 10k skill to use the mining drones. Ugh, that sucks.
The asteroid is depleted.
Surely you've got a 10k thing out there from picking up those 15 every week. Alright, I'm gonna send Craig into the next belt. Alright, so we said we're gonna go to 3. So 9, 3. Go check it out. Tomorrow you get 300k. There you go. Yep. Yeah, every Tuesday they give 15,000 away, and I usually save those up. Alright, drachenhort, go ahead and start shutting stuff down if you haven't already. And then, if you want, I'll fleet warp everybody. Once Kragan checks it out. Up, Fred's already over here. Fred, the overachiever. He's already over here. I should have known. He doesn't leave nothing to chance. Alright. So yeah, pull your drones in. Pull your mobile depot in. Anarckos, I'm going to fleet warp us. I don't want you to leave your depot. The grind for rep is dumb as shit. Yep, yep, I agree. I agree. Can leave it. It has a cloak. All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and fleet warp us. Drachenhort, let me know when you're ready. I don't want to fleet warp and leave you behind. If Drachenhort's awake. Maybe he did fall asleep on us. No, Fred's over there. Fred's one of his. He's probably paying attention to Fred. Alright, we'll warp, and if he's, warp
drive active.
If he doesn't get pulled in, he'll just have to fly himself. No, looks like he might be. Yep, he's there. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Fleet warp's definitely the way to go. All right. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Yeah. salvage these wrecks up. We should go to Losec and give anarckos something to do. There you go. There you go. Probably more than likely, anarckos will get us killed in Losec. A lot of people looking for him. He probably has one of the most recognized character names in the game. So a lot of people see it show up in local and are like, "Oh shit." All right, let's approach this one. Alright. Alright, we got the salvage done. Come on. If I sponsor all the ships, would you guys come? There you go. On a serious note, filament mining could be a fun thing. Yeah, filament mining doesn't sound too bad. I could get around that one. Yeah, that would definitely work. Someday, no rush. Yep. That is a nice ship. That is a nice ship. I do got to give him credit for that. He has some really nice ships. He gives away a lot of nice ships. So another reason to join his stream. He gives away a lot of ships. But yeah, you know, Narcos, we may have to do that filament mining thing. That sounds like that could work. That does sound like that could work. Tie the two worlds together. Key world raffle for a harem partner skin. There you go. Alright, my ads are going to come up here in about 2 minutes. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Hopefully my hold can last long enough for that. Hopefully. This month is the Heron Media Miasma. There you go. Yeah, definitely need my coffee. In fact, for those of you in America, my wife found, so here are the Filipino equivalent to Costco is called S and R. S and R. I always thought it was SNR, but it's S and R. And the coffee that they were doing last month when she went was Seattle's Best. So she bought me like 10 pounds of Seattle's Best. And so I'm enjoying some of the best coffee from America here in the Philippines. So praise God for that. So Team Mothership. Yeah, I gotta add that link. In fact, let me paste that somewhere so I don't lose it. See where I got. There we go. Compress. $29 minutes. So definitely get in the raffle. Yeah, he gives away a lot of good ships. A lot of good ships. Also gives away a lot of trombones and a lot of saxophones. So it's kind of hit or miss. Spazology, good to see ya. ShikiTheUndead. Yeah, the sax bone. The sax bone. Yeah, I think I have one skin to give away. Caldari gave me a bunch of skins, and we gave most of them away. I think I've got one or two skins left from that we'll give away sometime this week. Yep. Yeah, sometime this week. EVEortaga, good to see ya. What the hell am I watching? Yes. Yes. Anarckos is... I thought he was coming to the dark side and he was going to mine with us, but he's actually providing defense. So still, same anarckos. Same anarckos. Yeah, I think that race was rigged. Booted me off the track. Yeah, a lot of people got booted off. The M word is mothership. There you go. Yeah. M word is mothership. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oop. I'm not close enough. Well, we'll get a little closer. We'll get a little closer. All right. All right. Ads are up. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. He is one of my best friends, real friend. I talked to him all night and later got to visit him, see what he do for her. Bond is bond, Pax is Pax. 12 hours of sleep since Friday. Wow, that sucked. That sucks. Alright, got my miners restarted. Alright, cool. Alright. I'm trying to sleep, blah, blah, blah. For some reason, I can't sleep more than 2 hours. That sucks. That is one problem I have never had. Thank God for that. When I can't sleep, I know something's drastically wrong, so. But yeah. But I have been told, EVEortaga, that my voice puts people to sleep, so yeah, you might try just leaving it on in the background, see if it'll put you out. Reason a friend of mine called me and saying he got to hospital. I talked to him all night later, go visit him, see what I can do for him. Cool. Yeah, that happens. Man, look at the fireworks. So not only is Anarckos providing defense, he's also providing entertainment. This is awesome. We need to have you here every week. All right. Naughty people fireworks. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one before. Tyrant76, good to see ya. Spazology. Dear autocorrect, no one anywhere ever is trying to type duck you, you mother ducker. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mine's always the other way. It always corrects it.
The asteroid is depleted.
Changes it to words I have never used ever. And I'm like, where did you get that? My daughter actually got me using the swipe keyboard and for texting. I can't text worth a damn, and she got me using the swipe keyboard, and I swear I have to correct every third word. I think it probably would be easier to just type them all. Well, I'm also one of those where I type every letter of every word. Or my daughter, she sends me a text and I have to put it through a translator so I can figure out what the hell she's trying to say. Oh, yeah, that's an abbreviation, Dad. Abbreviation for what? The word is. It doesn't need to be abbreviated.
The asteroid is depleted.
Alright. We're cutting through this belt, too. And the fireworks are keeping us entertained. Uh-oh, we got rats. They're a little too far away, but we're going to get them taken care of. We'll wait till they get closer. Oh, actually, that's what we have Anarckos here for. Yeah, they do abbreviate way too much. I'm like, what the heck? Mothership. Narcos is in the house, taking care of business. Best defense we have ever had. My goodness gracious, you guys are killing these faster than I can target them. Alright, I'm going to start at the bottom. Every time I try to type my doctor's name into my phone, Dr. Jessen. My phone pops up with this message. Are you trying to set an appointment with Jesus? Jesus don't take appointments. That's awesome. That's awesome. I like that one. I like that one. That's a good one. Are you trying to set an appointment with Jesus? There you go. Security check. System is clear. There you go. Thanks, anarckos. Best security we've ever had. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. I ran out of space. Crap. I did run out of space. I tell ya. Where's Kragen? He's pretty close. That's weird. So, of course, it ejected it on the other side. Go figure. Ah. Always wants to put it in the cargo. Don't put it in the cargo. Alright, I cleared out Falstaff's hold, so now we won't have as many problems. Now I can probably get two things, so I do, yeah. I do need a bigger boat, but unfortunately they don't make a bigger one, not to do this kind of level of mining. Which kind of sucks. I definitely want the throughput. Just don't want to deal with the small hole size. Alright, we got everybody salvaged. Let's bring you back. Asa, good to see ya. Hot chocolate. Cherry Cannon is hot chocolate. Ah, the magic and pain of AI. There you go. There you go. Though I have become a supporter, as much as I hate to say it. I've been using ChatGPT for a lot of stuff, and I am very impressed. Very impressed. I even asked ChatGPT, morning Reddit, good to see ya. I've even asked ChatGPT, what does it think of the possibility of the AI rising up and destroying humanity? And its response was, it all depends on how humanity uses it. Which probably wasn't a bad answer. Wasn't the answer I was looking for. I was looking for some kind of assurance that, hey, we'd never do that. Honest, it was an honest answer. Exactly. The rock melting animations are cool, yeah. Yeah, see, you don't get that. You don't get that with jumping people in space, see? They do try to do a few things for us miners. Though honestly, I never pay attention to them anymore, to be honest. Oh. My thesis was based on wars, weaponized autonomous robotic systems, and the singularity. There you go. There you go. Yeah. I mean, as Tyrant said, yeah, that was, I think, probably was the most honest answer. Which, hey, if you you use it productively and don't try to take over the world with it, you probably won't realize that taking over the world's a possibility. So. I don't know. I think the more you teach something, the sooner or later it's going to realize that you're really not as smart as you think you are, and then it'd be like, nah. I view it as my kids, I told my kids gave them all kinds of nuggets of wisdom through the years, and they never listened to any of them until they got older and were like, yeah, you might be right. It's like, first rule of Fight Club, do not talk about Fight Club. Yeah. First rule of AI, don't talk about the singularity. Right. Yep. Yep. I mean, Hollywood's made a lot of money off of it, so, from that perspective, probably something to consider. But that's the other thing, too. Nothing that Hollywood ever does ever comes true. So we're probably safe. Because the only stuff that comes true is the stuff that they don't do. They... Still don't have a cure for Alzheimer's, still don't have a cure for cancer, but the movies have showed that, oh yeah. Not so sure about that. Yeah, there's probably a few things. I'm generalizing too much, Tyrant. You're right. But yeah, in the movies, the good guys always win. I found that life is not always that way. So the Simpsons get it right, though. There you go. The Simpsons predicted quite a few things. There you go. That's a good one. That's true. That's true. Mass Effect 3 is the third option. Okay. I like that one. Something to be said about that. Something to be said about that. Load of predictive programming. Yep. I have been very impressed with ChatGPT. Especially for a free tool. Because I'm only using the free. As Skimitar pointed out earlier, I am cheap to the bone. And I definitely don't want to pay something to end up killing me later on. That just seems redundant. So, but if I talk to it for free for 20 years and then it kills me, I probably deserve it at that point, right? I've been very impressed with it. I've been very impressed with it. It actually helped me do some research for my internet stuff, some of the other things. I used it just the other day to try and fix my phone problem. I had some problems with OBS, the streaming software I use, and it was able to help me kind of give me several options on what to try there. So yeah. But once again, it's kind of, I guess, all in how you use it. It has been wrong a few times, though, as well, where it really freaked me out. So the wife and I watch a lot of crime stuff, crime dramas. After 43 years, probably doing you a favor. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Put me out of my misery. But the wife and I watch a lot of crime dramas and a lot of like 48 hours, stuff like that. And they never tell you, you know, this guy was put on death row. He got the death penalty. And they never tell you, was he ever executed? Because, you know, most people in America don't ever actually get executed. They get, sooner or later that gets overturned and they get life in prison or blah blah blah. And so those crime dramas, they never really give you the end of the story. So I've been using it for that as well, to say, hey, is such and such still on death row? And it actually made a mistake on one, and it said no, they were executed or something. And then I said, well, when were they executed? Or no, they said, no, they're not on death row. I think they said, no, they're still in prison. And I said, okay, when's their execution scheduled? And it said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Such and such died in prison, so they are no longer on death row. So technically my answer was correct, but it didn't give you the full answer. And I was surprised that it apologized, because I was like, okay, that's not really something I would expect you to apologize for. And everybody makes mistakes, but yeah. That was like, yeah. So I guess it didn't do as thorough a search. And so, yeah, that anarckos one, that looks really nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't show up in this system very well. Yeah, but it is nice. Team Mothership. Contract to Ortega. I'll win anyway. There you go. There you go. Rigged. Rigged. See, now if you win, it's really going to be a problem. I've done some magic. I sacrificed a chicken. I'm a big movie buff. And so if you guys haven't seen Major League, that's definitely one you need to watch. That's a classic. Serrano, the big guy.
The asteroid is depleted.
The big guy can't hit. So they decide, he says he needs to sacrifice a chicken, so they end up going to KFC and getting him some chicken. We can't sacrifice a chicken in the clubhouse. That's not gonna work. Screw you, Jabu. I do it myself. It's funny, he's the guy that does the commercials now, so yeah. Same one that Star Citizen was finished 2018, yeah. In what universe Ortega will fly a heron? There you go, yeah. Same one where Star Citizen is finished, there you go. Yeah, I don't see, yeah. Don't get me started on that one. Don't get me started on that one. I gotta give you credit, anarckos. You actually still play it. NGL, this thing is relaxing. I can understand the mining groove. Yep. Yeah. Especially when we're doing it in high sec. If you're doing it in low sec or wormhole, there's a lot more a lot more stress. Yeah, Frontiers made it so everybody has to mine, so you're probably right. It even got you mining. Yeah, do not drink Jobu's rum. Don't drink Jobu's rum. Very bad. But yeah, that guy, turns out he's the guy doing the commercials now for one of the insurance companies. And I'm like, I didn't realize it. I guess when he was younger, he was very muscular. And so, but yeah, that was an awesome movie. Charlie Sheen, when he was young. Tom Berenger. A lot of big names. A lot of big names. Yeah, definitely. If that's not one you guys ever watched, you guys need to watch it. Don't start with the Star Citizen, please. Yeah. Anarckos actually still plays it. I got to give him credit. When I realized that they weren't ever really going to fix anything, I stopped playing. So, I figured, okay, you guys got your $50 out of me. That's it. Not wasting any more time on it. Neutral in system. Yeah, we don't care about the neutrals. Anarckos. We're in high sec here. They'll be fine. He plays because of you. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, the neutrals, they cruise through here every once in a while, Anarckos, so. Yeah, you let me know. Like I said, I still have an account with him. I haven't played in probably at least a year, but yeah.
The asteroid is depleted.
It's definitely doable. Like I said, I didn't waste a whole lot of time on it because the I knew they weren't going to finish, so. We don't need no stinking neutrals. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. For the dedicated ones, high sec doesn't stop them. For the dedicated ones, we don't need no stinking neutrals. Yeah. We have a couple nullsec people that mine with us every once in a while, and they're always panicking over who's in local. And I'm like, yeah, I don't even pay attention to local here in high sec. If the gankers really wanted to be that dedicated to come in here, well, I'll let them take me and hold them off long enough for everybody else to get away. We ganked 3 bill of miners last Saturday in high sec. Wow. Wow. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hopefully they had it coming. I always feel bad for the miners. I always feel bad for the miners. When they cross into low sec, I'm like, yeah, that was your own fault. But when it happens in high sec, I always feel bad for them. So, ban Tyrant 76. Nah. Yeah. Everybody's got to make a buck in Eve. Everybody's got to make a buck. Wrong place, wrong time. There you go. Sometimes that's the way it happens. Don't be fooled. Miners make enough money to replace those ships. They make good money. They make good money mostly because of you PvPers. So, I don't like bullies. We teach them to keep aware that nowhere is safe in Eve. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. And that's true. That is a valuable lesson. No matter what. Our local is safe. Yeah. At the moment. But yeah, now you're kind of taunting Tyrant to come and prove us wrong. And once in a while, I will join up and learn more than just mining. There you go. Come here, I'll show you. Now anarckos kind of tempting them. Mining income is steady. Yep. Yeah, the PvP stuff. Don't get me wrong. I understand the excitement. I really do. But that's too much stress for me. I'm getting too old for that stuff. I get upset when I lose some crappy ship now, you know, just because I'm an idiot. You know, as a PvPer, your chance of losing ships goes up all the time, you know, because there's always somebody better somewhere. So I still find it funny there are so many people who play EVE that forget that you can and usually will be ganked anywhere in space. Yep. And that is rule number 1. Nowhere is safe. Nowhere. Because if they're dedicated enough, they'll blow you up in a starter system if they're dedicated enough. If I do, I would just troll, not kill. There you go. We appreciate that. Yeah, they had one. It's been several months ago, but they had one where one group went into a starter system and I mean they wreaked some major havoc. I was like, you know, that takes big brass balls. So, yep. I never got ganked and killed, just ganked and trolled the gankers. There you go. Or they'll start smart bombing Concord. Yeah. When they start smart bombing Concord, then you know they're serious. Like, oh crap. But see, I also don't mind getting killed by those guys, you know, because they're serious, okay? They're not messing around. They seriously put some thought into it, how they can defend against Concord. You know, they planned it all out. They deserved it. You go to that kind of effort, you deserve it. You earned it. Because, yeah, if you're smart bombing Concord, that's some serious firepower. You're not messing around. They're coming after you like that. Oh, well, exactly. Like, you know what? They're smart bombing Concord. I don't have a prayer. I don't have a prayer. So I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to get excited about it. There you go. All yours, buddy. Hands off the controls. Like, I don't have a prayer. Yeah, see, that's the thing with the PvP, is that there's always going to be somebody that's better. And it might be a bit brutal to new bros, but they learn from it. Yeah, and I think it's a valuable lesson, you know, because nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe. It was so fun to kill Concord years ago. Yeah, I've never gotten that one. We tend to leave the new bros alone, though. Yeah, because we don't want to chase away the new blood, you know. But on the same note, they also have to learn that space is brutal. Our defense is sitting here playing with fireworks, so I'm gonna get my drones out. Either big brass balls, an excessive amount of mind-altering, numbing substance, or sheer boredom. Yeah, or a combination of the three. Right. Have that silly keel mal. I just wait for you to be gone and get back to what I do. There you go. We tend to leave the new bros alone and go for more experienced players who know better. Yep. Back in the day, I used to get jumped all the time because my character was so old. They would look at the age of my character and they would jump me just for the hell of it because they're like, oh, this guy's going to be a challenge. And then when I wasn't a challenge, they were really upset. And I was like, you know, it doesn't say anything in my bio about, you know, bring it on, you know. The baby drones tried their best. There you go. But yeah, it was funny because they would always jump me and then they'd get upset with me. Like, God, you didn't do nothing. You weren't a challenge. I'm like, It doesn't say anywhere I was going to be a challenge. You attacked me because you thought I was going to be a challenge, but that was your problem, not mine. But yeah, all because I was at that time. That was back before you could buy skill injectors and you know, clean up. Now they don't pay attention to my age anymore. So, but yep, there's a reason why the miners are called Care Bears. Yep. My baby drones tried their best. Yeah, it's all good. You probably got at least a couple hits in, Stabby. 2 weeks ago, we failed a gank on a Hulk. We said, good, nice tank on that thing. Yep. And there's a couple of them. But yeah. The problem is when you got that kind of a tank on there, you're probably not mining at the full potential either, though. So it's a trade-off. So I can buy another Hulk with the minerals, or with what I'm making from building other ships. So yeah. One of your lasers is off. Oh, yeah. I'm on the other guy. Sorry. I was trying to get the salvage. These guys are mining these belts out quicker than I can target them. This is the end of our third. The record is 6 in a 4-hour stream. So we might pull it off. We're going to be close. We'll see how many start dropping by the wayside. Of course, we've also never had this kind of defense. So thanks, Shiki. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm multi-boxing, so I was over on the other box. And actually, that one disappeared, so... Man, they keep disappearing on me. So it doesn't tell me that they disappear. Turn. Alright, I'm going to send Craig in after these two to the next belt. We're going to go to 4. Three down. 3 down. This bump, I blame Ortega. Do it. Here it comes. Here it comes. Boom. You guys. You actually pushed me closer to the asteroids. That's even better. I still can't get over how you can bump somebody and it doesn't cause any damage. That one we need to clip. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Alright, I'm going to send Craig into the next belt here in a second, just so we can check it out. It's coming around. Coming around. Realism. There you go. Shield repulsion. There you go. There you go. I don't know. I almost shook the fillings out of my teeth on that one. Distract me with the fireworks. It can come in. He does have some nice fireworks. I always use just the cheap ones. I just need to wake up who's ever boosting. So I always use the cheap ones. Shield bump. Only 10 left. You probably don't get to use them too much. So we do usually about 4 hours, and we're approaching 3 now. So probably a little over an hour more. About an hour and 20 minutes or so. When I went down to get my coffee, the wife was down there. Had a list of things she wanted to discuss, so I probably won't get away with any more than that. So Ghost.
Thank you.
It's like he knew it ahead of time. Micro Bully, thanks for the follow. Way to go, Ghost. Rigged. Rigged. No, if Ortega had won, then it would have been rigged. Alright. Press this baby. Let's go to 4. 9, 4. I bet you Fred's already there, so... Down to the last 2 asteroids. Then we'll do a fleet warp. Fred's already here. Fred's already here. Predictable. Predictable. Fred's already in the house. Nope, you can't make me log in. Ah, there you go. There you go. Drachenhort, if you want to start shutting down, go ahead and shut down. I'll do another fleet warp. Make sure everybody's got their drones in. Yep. Let me know when you're down. I'll hold the fleet warp until then. Don't think this asteroid's gonna last much longer. Safety. There it is. She's gone. All right.
The asteroid is depleted.
Scimitar's ready. Newen, let me know when you're ready. Yeah, it looks like it's just you and me, kid. Everybody else left us. Engage warp. Engage warp.
Warp drive active.
Engage. I got a Scotty on board, yep.
Engage.
That took a long time. Alrighty. Another belt. Another belt. Tear this one up, see if we can get a new record. See if we can get a new record. See if we can get a new record. This is number 4. Bond has the Scotty on board. Yep. I just don't have any more, Captain. She can't take it anymore. Oh. So yeah, good news when I was downstairs. The wife did tell me. So she called the vet because the vet increased the dog's antibiotic intake, and so yeah, so doubled that. But he didn't tell us about the other medications. So she called him and he said, "Oh yeah, you can stop all the other medications." So I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." So she isn't gonna have to take 6 medications. I think she's down to 3, twice a day. So that'll be a lot easier on her. So yeah, mine's always full. So next raffle is a spin. Jackpot 690 million. But please win a trombone. Trombone doesn't cost him anything. In fact, the trombone's paid for itself 10 times over. I got a bunch of sugar in the bottom of my coffee. That's never good. That's never good. I actually threw everything over to Craig so that he wouldn't be so full. So he's working out better. But yeah, we are mining like a fiend tonight, so it is filling back up very quickly. Mining like a fiend. Love sugar in the coffee. The more the merrier. Yeah. But I usually like it dissolved in my coffee. So yeah, there was a whole bunch of it sitting at the bottom of the cup, which getting down to the bottom of the pot. So yeah, oh, we did have a situation yesterday you guys will get a kick out of. Now, I'm going to preface this with, I love it here in the Philippines, okay? I love it here, okay? It's cheap, it's beautiful, it's hot, which is a negative, but it's relaxing. Everybody here, they don't get excited about things. It's perfect, okay? But we have a problem, so I'm trying to get my permanent residency here in the Philippines. and we have a problem with one of our pieces of paperwork, our marriage certificate. So we were married in America. I brought her over as a fiance. We were married in America. But in order for it to be legal in the Philippines, we had to file our marriage certificate with the Philippines. Makes sense. So, we've been married 18 years. So, 15 years or so, we went to Chicago Embassy, which was like an 8 to 10 hour drive. We drove to Chicago for the weekend. We did a bunch of stuff, and we visited the embassy on Monday, and we filed the paperwork with the embassy, which means that they filled out a new paper. And they created a new Filipino marriage certificate. Well, on the Filipino marriage certificate, my name is incorrect. They changed my middle name. So here in the Philippines, the men, they take their middle name is their mother's maiden name. So they changed my middle name to my mother's maiden name. So now the marriage certificate does not match my passport, so I can't get my permanent residency. So they're like, hey, you got to get this fixed. We're like, okay. How do we do that? Yeah, we don't know. So we've been going through all this stuff. We called the Chicago Embassy the other day. They gave us some things to do. We went and got talked to them yesterday. And they came back with, okay.
Sir Sethgstewart asked me, what do you think of miners? Ah, miners. Well, they be like the crew of a fine ship, but digging through rock instead of sailing the seas. A hearty bunch they are, with nerves of steel and hearts that beat like the pounding of hammers. Without 'em, there'd be no treasure. And every pirate knows, treasure be the heart of any good adventure. So, raise a tankard to the miners, the true adventurers of the depths. Savvy?
That's a good one. I like that. So yeah, so it doesn't have my name on it. It's not my real name. It's got a different middle name for me, which doesn't make any sense. Okay? So as it is, Scimitar, there's no divorce in the Philippines anyway. So they don't allow divorce. So but anyway, so in order to get my permanent residency, she's sponsoring me. My wife is sponsoring me as a permanent resident. So the marriage certificate's got to match my passport. So we went there yesterday. We called Chicago. Chicago said, go back to the place that you were at before and tell them you need to fill out this form. So we did that. They're like, okay, give us copies of all these documents. So we give them copies of my birth certificate, my baptism certificate, my first footprint, all this crap that doesn't make any sense. Okay. And they said, okay, well, we'll see what we're doing. The head guy's not here at the moment. So what we'll do is we'll check with him and we'll see what happens. So sure enough, as soon as we leave, the head guy calls us and he says, hey, we need the birth certificate of your father. And I'm like, okay, why would you need the birth certificate of my father? They said, well, I'm named after my father. I'm a junior. He's a senior. They said, well, we need something that proves that his name is the same as your name. And I'm like, okay, my birth certificate shows his name and my name identical except for the junior and the senior. They're like, yeah, we need something else. I said, well, his birth certificate, for one, I wasn't born yet. So he wasn't a senior when he was born. He didn't become a senior until I was born, which ironically is my birth certificate, which has his name on there correctly. They're like, oh, and I said, furthermore, my father is dead. So, they're like, what about a driver's license? And I'm like, no, we don't have any of that. That's all gone. He's been dead for over 10 years. So they were like, what about his death certificate? I'm like, okay, I could possibly get that. But once again, what does that prove? They're like, well, we need to see his name fully spelled out, the middle name full, so we can show that it matches yours. I'm like, Okay. So sure enough, I reached out to my siblings. I have 8 brothers and sisters. I reached out to my siblings to see if any of them had my father's death certificate, and it turns out one of them did. But ironically, my father's name, it's also a handwritten document, all right, which I'm sure they won't accept because that's not a government document. But number 2, they didn't spell out his name. They put it as the middle initial. His first name, Ronald A. Bond Senior. So it's not spelled out, which is where the problem is. It's my middle name that is not correct. And so I'm like, okay, well, this isn't going to work because they didn't spell out his middle name on his death certificate. And I'm just like, like I said, I want to preface it with I love it here in the Philippines. Okay? I do. But when something like this happens, there is zero logic to fixing it. So, as I told my wife, my father had nothing to do with our marriage. He has nothing to do with our marriage certificate. He has nothing to do with us filing our marriage certificate. Why would they need an official document for my father in order to fix it? That makes zero sense. Zero. But that's where we are. So I have reached out to my siblings again to say, hey, does anybody have anything with his full name on it that looks official? Yep, bureaucracy. As I told my wife, they don't know how to fix it. They don't want to fix it. So they're coming up with requirements that are impossible to achieve so that they can just say, well, sorry, we told you how to fix it and you didn't do it. And it's very, very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Because I'm just like, come on. So, yeah, so our plan is at this point, we're still looking to see if we can find an official document from my father, who's been gone for 10 years. Maybe one of my sisters, has a photocopy of his driver's license or something like that, which probably doesn't have his name spelled out either, knowing my luck. But I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. So, but yeah, that's the way it works here. We had another problem where it was the same thing. They asked for, we own 2 properties. And so we were trying to get the title on our first property. And they came up with all these weird requirements of what they needed so we could get the title put in my wife's name. And it was just ridiculous. And we finally just had to do it. It cost us a lot of money, and so we finally did it. And after 5 years, we finally got the title. The workers got their hands tied because their government won't flex and adjust. Yep. Yeah, and I feel bad for the workers because they all don't know what to do either. It was a screw up on the government's part. Because, when we showed them the original marriage certificate from America, it's got my name correct. But when they translated it to a Filipino document, they changed my middle name, which they shouldn't have, because I'm not Filipino. And now they realize, oh crap. But it's like, well, there's really no easy way to fix this. I'm like, there's got to be an easy way to fix it, because it's not right and we didn't screw it up. But that's the same policy followed by countless militaries around the world. Hurry up and wait. Yep. So yeah, very, very frustrating. I love it here. I just want to continue to say that. I love it here. It is by far the most relaxing place I have ever been in my life. Nobody gets excited. Nobody raises their voice. It is just, it is a very peaceful place, beautiful place. It is a little hot for my taste. But when you actually need to get something done, it is very frustrating that nobody gets excited about anything. So, thanks, Autonomous Bach. AutonomousDonk. Raiding Anarckos. Way to go, Autonomous. Actually, I'm gonna give you a shout out as well. Especially since I butchered your name. If you guys aren't following Autonomous, he's another good PvPer. He does a little bit of everything. He does a little bit of everything. Never really sure what he's gonna do. Yeah, but that was our frustration yesterday. And I was pretty pissed because I'm like, they wanted me to pull all these documents for my father who's been dead for 10 years. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to do that. And then when I explained to him, well, his birth certificate is not going to have senior on it. So, sorry, ads are on. But they were like, oh, yeah, that's right. That makes sense. And I'm like, miserable bastard, yeah. But yeah, I'm like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? AutonomousDonk. Booga, good to see ya. Yeah, Caviar. He's kind of showing off. He's kind of showing off. Yeah, I hadn't seen one of those until he brought this one out. It's a nice looking ship. Very nice looking ship.
The asteroid is depleted.
For us miners, screen space isn't such a commodity. Not as much as you PvPers. Yeah, that's a good looking ship. And he's just showing off now. Red sleeping. I don't know. Probably not. Microbully. What faction are you playing? So I have 5 alts. I'm multi-boxing here, so I think I have one from every faction. So he's acting as our enforcer. Yeah, yeah. And I haven't gotten into microbully. I haven't gotten into the faction warfare a whole lot. Mostly because I have characters from every faction. So I figured I'd have to end up blowing some of my own alts up, which would not work out well. He's got to be about out of fireworks at this point. Mine, you bastards, mine. Crack the whip. That's what we need to get. We need to get a whip crack sound effect. We need to get a whip crack sound effect. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. Nor the slave master. Yep, yep. That's the one. Got one left. Got one left. Tested all the fireworks. They look pretty good. I got to give you credit. They did look pretty good. Like I said, we only use them when we got to wake somebody up. I have some in the station that I keep here for when I have to wake somebody up, so I don't leave them sitting out here all by themselves to get ganked. Because I know it's hard to believe, but people do fall asleep mining. It has been known to happen, which is another big difference between that and PvP. You never fall asleep PvPing. Not more than once. Not more than once. Not more than once. Done that myself while mining. Yep, yep. I remember way back in the day, falling asleep all the time, waking up to the NPC rats tearing into my hull. Like, oh crap! Riddick, you fall asleep PvPing? Battle Venture Fleet. There you go. There you go. There you go. Battle Venture. Battle Venture. If you so they're all beginner friendly with microbully. Yeah, they're all beginner friendly. But Caldari is this guy's Caldari. So this guy, I've been playing him for 20 years, so here's his birth date here. Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003, and he was born 4 months later, so. But yes, so there you go. Anarckos is a good one, so. Yeah, I've done that too, Tyrant. Woke up and everything's gone, and I'm like, well, what happened? But yeah, this one, my main, he's Caldari. The main system that everyone talks about, Jita, is in Caldari space. That's the main trade system. And so yeah, so as Anarckos said, that's a good one. But they're all noob friendly. But yes, Caldari is probably the number one. One thing we definitely recommend is doing the beginner missions, the Paragon missions, what they also call the career agent missions. they'll start you off in a system, and that's where you'll have a series of career agents there. You can actually go to multiple systems and do those, and kind of layer on the faction boost, and it makes a huge difference. And so yeah, so from that perspective, that's always one that's recommended as well, because that makes a big difference.
The asteroid is depleted.
Alrighty. Mako. Yep, there's another one too. The Magic 14. Those are the 14 skills you should train first. And they'll help benefit everything else. Don't run away. So Fred is awake. Yeah, Fred's awake. Fred's awake. I can't fault him for grabbing coffee. Did that myself. But yeah, they're all friendly. You just don't join the faction warfare right off the bat. That's a more advanced topic. Once you get your feet wet, once you figure out what you like to do, that kind of stuff, then you can kind of get into the faction warfare. And that's when the race really matters. You start fighting the other races, the other factions. But yeah, I agree with anarckos' statement. Caldari, I started this guy. This guy's Caldari, and he has had a pretty easy time of it. But yeah, Eve has a pretty steep, as we call it a learning cliff. It's a pretty steep learning curve. So, so definitely take your time. It is a really good game. It's got a lot of different things to do. So, I'm sure you'll find something you like, if not multiple things you like. But yeah, just take your time and figure out which ones you really like and go from there. That makes all the difference. We got rats. And our immaculate protector is not here. They all end up the same in the long run. That's true. Yep. That is absolutely true. Absolutely true.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, they all end up in the same place eventually, so. See which one speaks to you. That's another way to go. Like I said, in my case, I created one character for each faction, and I think I had to double up on at least one. And there really wasn't much different, to be honest. Drones auto attack too. There you go. Make sure to use Bond's referral link. There you go. let's bring this guy back in. Yeah, it's a really good game. It's got a lot of things to do. There's exploration with the scanning, wormholes, things of that nature. There are the combat missions, which will allow you to kind of build up standing as well as make some money, kill stuff. There are combat anomalies. There's mining, which is what we're doing tonight. It's another good way to make money, a little bit safer way to make money in most cases. There are riskier versions of it. You can mine in wormholes, you can mine in low sec. Those are a little bit riskier. Null sec. But yeah, for the most part, it's a good way to get started. And yeah, there's a thing, the second button below your picture on the left hand menu is the Air Career Program, which I definitely recommend. It has 4 main careers: the Enforcer, the Explorer, the Industrialist, or the Soldier of Fortune. Check those out. You get, the more of those to do, the more of those you do, the more points you get. And the more skill points you get, which raises your skills. And so, those are all good ones. So, did Ghost win again? Surely Ghost didn't win again. Don't call me Shirley. One minute. He's just getting ready. He knows he's going to win. Definitely rigged. Definitely rigged. My coffee is gone. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. And that was the end of the pot. I often feel my cup has a leak or something. Yeah, best to have a steady resupply. Exactly. No, what I found, I did that a couple times when I first got here. First when I first got here, it was very hard for me to drink coffee because it's so hot here and it's a hot beverage. But I finally got over that because I definitely needed the coffee. But then I kind of went to the opposite end and I drank like 2-3 pots a day. And that really became a problem because that wired me so bad that I, like I said, I never have trouble sleeping, but it definitely caused me to get quite jittery. And so yeah, so I try to keep it to 1 pot a day. And I have already completed that, which is not uncommon for a mining event day. So, Bekerkozar, good job. Good job. He's not following the stream. Well, we can fix that. Hot coffee is good for cool days. It cools you down. Yeah, hot days cools you down. Yeah, like I said, I didn't think I would like hot beverages because it is so hot here, but it actually worked out pretty good. So.
The asteroid is depleted.
Congrats, Bekerkozar. Ooh, got the sacks. Did he get the sacks? Yeah, you gotta get the sacks. There you go. People look at me strangely when I say I take hot showers on hot days. So that's another one here. So there's no hot water here. I mean, I shouldn't say there's no hot water here. I can buy portable or single, not single use, but a single spigot hot water heater. As we talked about earlier, I'm cheap, so that hasn't happened. But yeah, it's funny because I had read several articles how cold showers are supposed to be better for you. It helps with immunity, does a bunch of other things. And I don't know that I ever believed it. But since I've been here taking cold showers, I've kind of gotten used to it. And so, but yeah, that first shower, I always do it on my feet first. Because, oh my Lord, that'll wake you right up out of a dead sleep. So, yep. So there's the sacks. Classic. Now all you gotta do is get the trombone for the match set. I can't believe you made Bekerkozar come on your stream just to see that. That's pretty good. Gotta refuel sometime. Alright. Do you want me to bring you some new one? I mean, we've got about another 30 minutes. You got enough for 30 minutes? I'm cheap too, but I'd probably buy that hot water sprinkler spigot. Yeah, it's kind of an inline thing. So they don't do hot water heaters like we have in America, where, you know, you have one hot water heater for the whole house. It pumps the water in there, keeps it hot, and they do them. Each individual bathroom has its own, if you want them, and they're fairly expensive. And then they also use solar power, so you'll have a solar panel that goes outside, and that feeds it in there. So, FBI, open up! DeadMinds, thanks for the raid, buddy. Love that raid. Love it. I did pay for that. So that's how you know how much I love it. I did pay for that. Didn't bring a lot, but that's all right. That's all right. They got thrown out of the house, yeah. Yeah, I saw that one on somebody else's stream, and I was like, I gotta have that one. So, anarckos. Thanks, buddy. Best defense we've ever had. If you guys aren't following anarckos, definitely give them a follow. I got another minute and 4 seconds on the cooldown, so I'll get you that second shout out right after. So appreciate it. We got about another 30 to 40 minutes for the mining event. So, okay, cool. And I don't know, Newen, if you got access to the corp hanger or not.
Thank you.
If not, I'll get you some. Yeah, no, you're in the other one. So yeah, so let me. I'll get you fuel. I'll contract some to you, or if you want, we can meet at the EVEortaga station. Yeah, EVEortaga development studio. That's the one that I have. That's our corp office. We've got fuel there. But yeah, I'll replace your fuel. So, anarckos, appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. CJ Plus, thanks for the follow. But yeah, anarckos, best, like I said, best defense we've ever had. Hands down. And the fireworks were pretty awesome too. So, thanks for that. Welcome, Raiders from anarckos' stream. You guys have already been kind of included, so. But yeah, we'll just meet there, and then I can trade it to you. I'll fill you back up. What I normally do is I normally fill up the fuel hanger, and then I also fill up the fleet hanger. So that way I have it, so. Yeah, we don't have any security issues here, so, but. Appreciate it. Thanks again. We don't normally have security issues. Now that I said that, we probably will. We probably will. Tyrant's probably going to swing by and make us pucker up our butt cheeks. Put the fear of God into us. It's actually a pretty quiet system. It's one of the reasons we chose it. And it has like 20 belts. So we figured we'd never run out. We figured. So far, so good. So far, so good. Not alone. My corp mate's all sleeping at the moment. There you go. There you go. Yeah, like I said, you put that kind of effort into it. I respect that. I respect that. I respect that. Everything you do, go all in. Never be disappointed. Saviek, good to see ya. I'm sorry if I missed you earlier over on the anarckos. Saviek's one that's been around since the beginning as well. So. Yeah. We usually have a few hunting grounds we do it from and don't wander too far from there. Yep. Supply chain, logistics. Yep. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Hard to keep those supply lines up if you stray too far. Unlikely you are one of those. Yeah. Like I said, we chose this system primarily because it was so quiet. It seems to be off of everybody's path, which is kind of nice. Because I would feel bad if we got ganked one night. And yeah, like I said, I would try and hold them off long enough for everybody else to get away. But that probably wouldn't work out that well. As I said, I'm a horrible PvPer. So, and since they know I'm gonna go down with the ship anyway, they figure, okay, well, let's try and pick off the other ones. He's not going anywhere. Man, we are killing these belts. I just heard my wife sneeze. My goodness gracious. When I was just a new bro and mining in high sec, I also went off to a remote and quiet area. Yep. Well, and ours, like I said, I kind of guarantee their protection to, and so from that perspective, I definitely wanted it to be in a quieter system. We were a system over, and we got into a conflict with some miners because they were mining out all the belts right before the event, and yeah, we had some fun with them. But they actually hired some mercenaries to come and harass me, which was not a big deal. It didn't bother me, and one of the mercenaries even ended up telling me, hey, here's what's going on, and so yeah, so it was kind of funny. But yeah, so then at that point we just moved over here because it had more belts, it was more secluded, and as far as I know, they're not even mining in that system anymore because they were like, it's no fun unless we can harass those guys. So yeah, but it was all good. Code didn't show up around often over there because it was kind of far. Yep.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yep. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Actually, I think what we're gonna do, drachenhort, is we'll just finish up with this belt. So whichever comes first, either the time or the if we finish the belt, we'll call it. Ain't no sense in starting another one at this point. Especially with you running out of fuel, so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tyrant. Appreciate the follow. Alright, but yeah, we'll probably call it, like I said, we'll call it after this belt. We still got about 10. Yeah, and what we'll do is if we still got time left, I'll just do some dailies or something with some of my alts. Kind of give kind of a crash course for some of the noobs, since we got a lot of noobs in today. So appreciate you guys. Appreciate you finding my stream. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them out there. I have on my stream Ask Me Anything, and that is the literal truth. We have talked about just about everything you could think of on my stream, from divorce to parenting to vasectomies to just about everything. So we've covered it all, or pretty darn close to it. So no topic is off limits. So feel free to throw it out there. But yes, if you have a question about Eve especially, feel free to throw it out there. I'll be happy to try and answer it. And if I can't answer it, somebody else here may be able to. So that's one of the other nice things about having so many experienced players, is that there's always somebody who can answer the questions. So unlock. It looks like we're actually going to kill this belt long before our 30 minutes is up. So we're down to 15. It'll be all right. As soon as I said, hey, we'll stop when the belt's done, it's like they started disappearing pretty darn quick. But that's not unusual either. So that's 4 belts. That's a pretty good showing. Pretty good showing. Pretty good showing. Pretty good showing. Like I said, I think the record is 6. And we had, I think, about 20 people in the fleet that night. Which we don't get very often. We got 15 tonight, so that's pretty good. Unfortunately, because I start early, so my stream is trying to strays into the late night hours in America, so that usually causes some issues. If you're an East Coaster, it's after 1 a.m. for you, so, and I got a lot of East Coasters, so yeah, so that I usually start losing them around this time if I haven't lost them already, if they're East Coasters, so. But yeah, we do this every Monday night, America time, Tuesday morning, Philippine time. So feel free to join us. In the event that we're not going to do it, I will probably post it on my Discord if there's something comes up, if we're having a power outage or something to that effect, which has happened. And then what we do to make it up is we'll mine every day for the rest of the week to make it up. So it's actually probably better if we cancel, because then we get mining for the whole rest of the week. But yeah, and that's what we did, I think, last week. I think last week I had to cancel on Tuesday because of power outage or something. I don't remember. I think maybe it was 2 weeks ago. But yeah. And so I do Ark Survival Ascended on Sunday nights. We have a server that we play on. You guys are all welcome. If you own the game, welcome to join us. And then Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, American time, we do Eve. And then Thursday night, we do RimWorld. So yeah, in order to keep up my variety streamer stuff. If we end up missing one during the week, normally I'll do an extra Eve one to try and make up for it. So Eve is definitely my bread and butter. So, which I think is what I named the stream today. Back to the bread and butter. So. But we are down to the last 3 asteroids, so yes. So yeah, we killed it in way quicker than I thought. So, but yeah, we'll do some other stuff. I'll go get Drachenhort fueled back up, and then I'll switch to one of my alts and we'll do some dailies. So for those of you that are new, this opportunities, so button number 4, button number 3 below your picture, your character sheet, is called opportunities. This is a really good one. You get skill points every day if you do these. And if you fill it up, so if you get 12 pieces of the pie through the course of the month, you'll end up with 225,000 skill points, which is about 6 days worth of training, I think. Give or take, depending on your skills, what you've got your attributes set to. There are also some other nice things in here. You'll get 5 plex and 8 million credits. So for every day, you'll get 1 million credits. You get 500 per completed one, 500,000 per completed one. And then they've got special ones. Here's some Skinner things. And this one, actually that was a Skinner things. Yeah, it's not showing me the others. Why? Yeah, so there was, I don't remember what that one was. But yeah, I don't know why it's not showing me. It's showing me skin. Oh no, that's Evermarks. Sorry. So yeah, you get Evermarks every day as well. And you can also buy these with Evermarks. I can't now because I've already completed 2. But so yeah, tomorrow when I complete it, I'll get the 8 million and the 5 plex, which is always nice. So, but yeah, the 225, which is really nice. So yeah, so that's always a good one. So, all right, Drachenhort, I'm gonna go and dock, and I'll meet you at EVEortaga,
Warp drive active.
and then I'll refuel you. I'll keep Craig in here so he can watch your back. But appreciate you guys. Thanks. No, thank you for being here. The buffs are our pleasure. Like I said, we do this every week, so you guys are always welcome. If for nothing else, it's a nice relaxing thing. So you want to terrorize everybody in nullsec for the whole week and then have an alt that you jump here or something or leave here, feel free to do that and mine with us. It's always a pleasure. Everybody's welcome.
Docking permission.
Appreciate ya. I still got another 15-20 minutes in the stream, so
Docking request accepted.
so I'm gonna get Drachenhort refueled, and then I will switch to one of my alts and we'll do the daily so I can show you guys that. But yeah, the dailies are really nice. Kind of a nice feature they added over the years. A real nice way to pick up some skill points. Kind of try different things. Find out what you like, what you don't like. And so, yeah, they're really nice. If you haven't compressed, actually, I think he's already shut it down. I was going to say go ahead and compress, but yeah, I think he's already shut it down. So yeah, if you haven't compressed, you'll have to work that out on your own, or let me know. I have a porpoise and an orca here, so I can always undock it and help you guys get it compressed if you want. Yeah, Drachenhort, where you at? There he is. There he is. There's a ground, Monty. There's a ground. All right, I don't remember how much is in there, so you know what? I'll give you 100,000. That way you got it. You can always keep it here in case you need it. I'm pretty sure it takes like 12,000 or something, but think. Let me check my orca and make sure I didn't just rip you off. 16 on the orca. Okay, that's what I couldn't remember. I know I think the porpoise is 12. Yep. So yeah, so that way you'll have it for the next couple, in case you need it. Like I said, I usually throw it in the fuel one, and then I also fill up the fleet hangar, so that way if we do go long, we're always out there. So yeah, that's what I figured. So, but yeah, that way you got it. We got plenty, so no worries there. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to my alts. Actually, let me get Craig in docked. I gotta switch him too. But yeah, let me switch over to one of my alts. And I'll do the dailies for them.
Connecting.
So we also, and I didn't mention this earlier, I apologize, especially for you noobs, but we do have a Stream Corporation. It is a zero tax corp. I created it specifically so that it would be zero tax. It does not take anything from you. A lot of the corps out there, they tax pretty heavily. And so everything you do, including your dailies, everything else, they get a percentage tax off of it. And so ours is zero tax corp. We don't provide much more than that, though we do the mining event. You know, we do a couple other things. But yeah, in the case of that, that's where those are what we do. And so, but yes, you guys are all welcome. It's called the Silver Wolves of Freedom. And feel free to put in an application if that's something you are interested in. Like I said, it is zero tax, so that's the main feature. But these are the dailies. Each day you get 4 different ones. They do duplicate from day to day, but the nice thing is when you start building up these EVERmarks, you can actually complete them with EVERmarks. And so that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to complete this one with the EVERmarks. So now I've already bought one, so I spent 2,500 EVERmarks and I made 500,000 credits. So piece of cake. And then what I'm going to do is when I log out Craig, and I'm going to bring on his alt, and then I'll have him do a mission. So one of the nice ones with these is the mission ones, the LP. LP are loyalty points. You get those from doing missions for factions. You do not get them from the career agents, but you do get them from regular corporation agents. Oh, well, I hit shift. There we go. Yeah, let me switch over here to Craig. And so yeah, so you get them from the regular corporation agents, and those you can buy things from the loyalty store. It's just kind of nice. Some of the faction stuff, if you're doing stuff for Caldari, you buy some of the faction warships, some of the special faction warships, faction blueprints, things of that nature. But where was I headed with that? But the key with that is that that's the only one that can be done in a fleet. So like this morning, before we started mining, I had Falstaff, my main, do a mission. And he got over 1,000 LP for it because it's a level 4 mission. And what he did is that everybody that was in the fleet got, I think it goes up to 10 people. So it'll give a percentage. What he did it for 1,000, 10 people would each get 100. And so 10 of them got 100 each, which completed their daily for that day. Or at least that one daily. So what's up, RavenGalactic? Good to see you. So that's a kind of a nice one. So what I do here is I actually go in here and I fleet with my guys in order to double dip on that. So now I'm here doing him, and I have this guy set up to do missions. He's got a level 3 that he has sitting here that he does missions with all the time. Trying to build up. This is my new guy that just started like 3 months ago. And so I accept the mission, and then I complete it. When I complete it, the other guy in the fleet will also get points. So he'll complete his dailies by getting the points from the fleet. And then what I'll do is I'll log him off and I'll bring on my 5th guy and do the same thing. And so yeah, it works out pretty good. Like I said, I did it this morning. That's probably the largest I've ever done. But I think it gave points to all 10 of us. And so we were all able to complete that one daily, which was kind of nice. So yeah, so those work out pretty good. That's the only one that allows you to fleet with other people and complete. The scanning ones, the mining ones, none of those allow that. So yeah, so those are all individual ones. And then, like I said, once you start building up points, so for every one you complete, you get 500 EverMarks. So as you complete more and more of these each day, you start building up those EverMarks, which really aren't good for much else. And then you're able to kind of pay for some of these. So like I said, I sometimes pay for one because that gets it completed faster. I usually pay for one that I'm not going to do. So, like, I don't do PvP, so armor repairing, it's not something I do on a regular basis. So, and so based on that, it's a nice, easy one to pay for. And so, but yeah, you got to build up those points. If you're brand new, you're going to have to build up those points before you can get to it. So now, like I said, this guy is 3 months old. Your EverMarks are shown here in your wallet along with your loyalty points. And so your EverMarks are here. And so he's only 3 months old and he's already got 24,500. So yeah. So it doesn't take long to build them up. So but yeah, it's kind of nice because that way if there's one that's going to take a little longer, like the scanning 5 signatures in a starter system, that's a piece of cake. In regular systems, it could take you half hour, 45 minutes. So rather than spend the half hour, 45 minutes, just go ahead and pay for it, and then you ain't got to worry about it. So it's kind of nice. But yeah, you got to build up those points ahead of time before you can do that. So yeah, so that's kind of a nice feature they added. And also, the more of those you do, the more of these opportunity ones will pop up, these air career opportunities. So as you do different things in here, just through the regular course of playing, you end up filling this progress bar, which gives you skill points at each level. So that's another way to get good skill points. And so, yeah, so those are really nice. I like using the EverMarks for Corp and Alliance emblems. Yep, that's another thing you can spend the EverMarks on. The problem with that is that you have to spend it per ship or per ship type. Actually, per ship. So yeah, I don't like that. I would like to say, hey, I want to buy my Corp emblem for all the Galente cruisers, which would be nice. Instead of having to pay for it for every single ship. That just seems like that's kind of ripping you off. But all right, I'm going to set destination for this because I'm going right back to this guy. That's where I hang out. And so I'm going to complete the mission. And here it asks you, do you want to split the reward? So I'm going to say, yep. And so now if we switch back over here to Rage against the dying of the night. We can see when we bring up his, I paid for this one, and this one's completed. So now his dailies are done. Claim. I'm going to log him off and log on the next guy. And so this is how I kind of fly through them.
Connecting.
And so what we'll do is we'll actually bring this guy back now. So we'll say close. Fly him back, and then he'll get another mission for Rage. So thanks, Stabby Tabby. Appreciate it. Appreciate having you on board. So they should make bundle packs. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. I wouldn't mind paying for all the Galente cruisers, for example. Or all the Caldari frigates. But to have to pay for every single ship, that seems a little bit Now, granted, a lot of people, I think Falstaff, my main, has I think he has over 1 million. I think he has 6 million EverMarks. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't have them. But yeah, so good night, Stabby Tabby. Appreciate you being here. Thanks again. And we'll be here again next week. You're welcome to join us. But yeah, paying for every single ship just seems a little obnoxious. So yeah, I wouldn't mind paying for them, like, you know, pay for all the Caldari frigates or pay for all the, you know, Galente cruisers or things of that nature. But yeah, the pay for every single ship is like, come on. The problem is the Paragon agents aren't really anywhere close when you're really doing business on a regular basis. So it's always like, come on. You got to fly all over the place to try and find them, and then you got to try and remember, okay, which ship do I want to pay for this time? Or even if they just gave me an option to say pay for them all at once, that might work. But yeah, let's pay for all ships. Give me a discount to do that, you know. But keep the ability to buy them individually, but add packs. Yep. Yeah, because I mean, some people only fly 2 or 3 ships, and in that case, yeah, I completely understand. But I have 100. Yeah, I probably have close to 100 ships. I don't want to buy it for all of them. And that's the thing. Every time I'm at a Paragon agent, I'm like, crap. Which ship would I want again? And I never can remember. And so, yeah, so it's kind of like... So, yeah, so I think I bought them. I bought the emblem, the Corp emblem, and the other one for 1 ship so far. Because I was in it at the time. I was actually at a Paragon agent and was like, oh, let's try this out. And it's cute. I like it. It looks good. But it was kind of one of those where, wasn't quite where it's something that I want to buy for all, you know, 100 plus ships I have. So did I complete this one? Yes. So he has completed his. So I'm actually going to finish his off here. Claim. And then I'm going to get another mission. And we'll take care of the mission for my other one, Talaris. Oh, I got to actually invite Talaris. So there's where I forgot. Okay, let me do that. Doesn't seem like it matters if they're in the fleet before you accept. But I always try to make sure they're in the fleet before I accept the mission. Just to be safe. And I do these distribution missions because they're kind of the fastest. When it comes to bang for the buck, they're probably the quickest to make money. Quickest to complete. When you count salvage and experience and bounties, the combat ones are definitely better. Get a lot more experience from them, so... It only matters if they're fleeted when you turn it in. Okay, that's what I thought, but I was never quite sure, so... So yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I've had it happen a couple times where it didn't give the points to somebody I was fleeted with, and I couldn't figure out why. And unfortunately, we were talking earlier in the in-game channel that one thing CCP has not improved in 20 years is their handling tickets and problems. And so yeah, every single ticket I have put in over the course of the last 20 years, which is not a ton, but you're probably looking at 10 to 15 tickets over the past 20 years. They've all pretty much been, sorry, deal with it. And, you know, when you lose stuff because of a bug in the game or other things, it's a little frustrating. And then I think I had one item that they actually did help me with, and it took them weeks to get it completed. So they did agree. One of the times I took a sabbatical was when one of the systems that I had office in got taken over by the Trig. And so I had a bunch of ships end up in Trig space. The Hulks especially used to have 3 miners. Now they only have 2 miners. And so when I logged back in after my sabbatical, I had hulks that had 3 miners that I couldn't undock with, and I didn't have a high enough status with the trigs to be able to take the miners off. And so I couldn't undock, I couldn't do it, and so so from that perspective, they did agree to reconfigure them for me, but it took them weeks to actually do it, which was very frustrating because I was paying Omega the whole time because they were hulks, which you have to be Omega to fly, and they just kind of took their time. And like I said, out of the 15 tickets, that was probably the only one they actually did, and they didn't really do it well. So, sorry, ads are on. But yeah, I'm going to complete this one, and then we'll probably call it a day. We will be back on... Actually, I'll wait till the ad's over. Some of you can't hear me.
Warp drive active.
But yeah. This will work out pretty good. I'll end up finishing this up right around when we're going to quit. I need to go see who we're going to raid. See who we're going to raid.
Drive active.
So let's see. Who's out there? Who's out there? Zero is out there. I haven't rated Zero this week. Ghosty's out there, but it looks like he's already grouped up with somebody. Badman Larry. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do Zero. Let's do Zero.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I'm going to complete this mission, which will complete it for Talaris. I'll set destination again because I'm going to go back to the same spot. That's where I hang out. That's what I use this guy pretty much for. Say yep. Close. And then if we jump over to Jacob, not Jacob, this is Jacob. Jump over to Polaris. Sure enough, his are completed now too. Claim, claim, claim. There you go. And so yeah, so he's on day 6, 7. So yep, so we got 5 more days left. So, and then we'll be done. So, all right, I'm gonna jump back over. We'll fly Jacob home. So that way he'll be sitting there waiting tomorrow, and if I need him again. So works out pretty good. So, welcome back from the ads. Sorry about that. I was talking during the ads, but yeah, I was letting you guys know. So yeah, we're gonna call it now. So appreciate it. I'm gonna actually raid Zero Chronos, one of my regulars. He's usually on when I quit, and we're gonna give him a raid. He's only got a couple people watching him, so if you give him some love, I'd appreciate it. But we will be back on tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Philippine time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be doing some more EVE Online. So we might mine, we might do some missions, we don't know what we're going to do. Kind of Tuesday night, Wednesday night, or kind of whatever we get to. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. Jerry Can, love you, buddy. Lego, love you too. Have a great day, night, whatever it is for you guys. And let me get this raid set up for Zero. Almonxy, drachenhort, thanks again for the boost and for boosting for us. Scimitar, Almonxy, appreciate you guys. Love you guys. And like I said, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.